Good morning, everyone. Morning, everyone. Okay, pardon me for some technical difficulties. We're working on those. If you're using the YouTube stream, use the link that's in Zoom somewhere. Good morning, my name is James Forney, and I'm the chair of the Access 2020 Conference Organizing Committee. On behalf of my fellow organizers and all the conference volunteers, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to Access 2020. Our conference was originally planned to be hosted here in Vancouver on the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples, where many of our organizers live and work, and where I am here now on the downtown campus of Vancouver Community College. As a settler of mixed descent born on the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewuk, and Attawadron people, I acknowledge that we have an inherited responsibility to respect and nurture our relationship to the land and its first peoples past and present, and address colonial harms. This singular acknowledgement fails to capture the diversity present at this conference, so I'd encourage anyone who is interested in opening another day of the conference with an acknowledgement of the land where they're attending from to contact me or another Access organizer. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank OCLC, our longtime sponsor of the Dave Binkley Memorial Lecture. As well, I'd like to thank our institutional sponsors, Simon Fraser University and the University of British Columbia. And I'd also like to thank our operational sponsor, the BC Libraries Cooperative. And now it's time, if we don't have a technical problem, to share a special message we have. If you'll just bear with me a second.
Hi, I'm LeVar Burton, offering greetings and salutations with love and respect to all those gathered there at Access 2020. Libraries, and more importantly, librarians, have occupied a special place in my heart for as long as I can remember, going back to the days when I was a kid in Sacramento, California, and couldn't wait for the bookmobile to arrive every other week during the summer. It is painfully aware to all of us, I am sure, just how difficult and challenging 2020 has turned out to be. And while you're gathering there, I want you to remember this. What you do is critically important to the life and health of the communities that you serve. If anything, this pandemic has imposed upon us a sense of necessary isolation, and it is that which you do that can really mitigate that sense of isolation and being alone during these turbulent times. Never, ever forget the value of what you bring to your communities. Offering peace and blessings and well wishes for a successful conference. I will see you all next time, but you don't have to take my word for it.
Okay. Before I hand over to our moderator, I'd just like to go over a few housekeeping notes. As always, we ask everyone to abide by our code of conduct. The code of conduct applies to all the conference events. And I'd encourage you to review it. This year, our community support volunteers are actually the members of our organizing committee, and you can find their names on the About Access 2020 page of the website. And the code of conduct page is on the website as well, with all the information about that. In addition to this Zoom, the conference sessions will be streamed on YouTube. So we have a link here in the Zoom, and we're making sure we have the latest link on the website. We had some technical difficulties getting started this morning, so there were a few old streams that started, and those are not the actual stream. Use the latest link on the website. We're also offering real-time captions on Otter, so we'll post that feed on the appropriate places on the website and probably on Twitter. Our main conference program runs every day this week from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific time. Wednesday is taken up by the hackfest and workshops, so there won't be any regular session type programming. It will just be the hackfest and workshops that day. The hackfest runs every year at Access. It's an opportunity to collaborate with other like-minded people on impromptu projects and collaborations. So check our social events page on the website for more information about that. And we'll be sharing out a sign-up sheet over Twitter. This year, the Hackfest will be on Wednesday. There'll be no presentation sessions that day, as I said. Also, as we kick off, we'd like to point you towards the official Access bingo card. So you can play along throughout the conference. This is also on the social events page. Another thing we've done, the first Access I attended was in Victoria in 2007, and someone told me at that conference that the best part of Access was the food. And while we can't offer food, and we had considered plans about mailing out guacamole, that didn't really seem like a good idea. So instead, we're tweeting out some Access Eats recipes in lieu of conference food. And I think we also have some cocktail recipes. If you need any other assistance, you can tweet us at AccessLibCon or email accesslibcon@gmail.com. And we're also on the Access_conference channel on the Code for Lib Slack workspace. So you can join the Code for Lib Slack. The information is on the Code for Lib website, and then we've taken over a channel on there. So that's, I think, all the notes I have. And I think I will check if we have our next speakers. Yes, we do. So we're a bit early. I guess I talk fast. So why don't we take a little break, and we'll start in 10 minutes at 9. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the first session of Access 2020. My name is Christy Hurl. I'm a librarian in Calgary, Alberta, where it is snowy and cold this morning. And I'm really excited to be with you all here virtually at this conference. And just wanted to say thank you so much to all of the organizers for the amazing amount of work that you've put into this conference so far. It's truly been extra already, and I know all of us who are participating are very thankful for all of your efforts. So today is the first day of Access 2020. I know that James already talked about our code of conduct, but I just wanted to reiterate that in case you missed the opening remarks. Access does have a code of conduct. I'm going to share the link to it in the chat and would ask that everybody please take a moment to read it and also abide by it during the duration of the conference. Other sort of housekeeping things before we get started with our keynote speaker is we are using the Q&A feature within Zoom this morning. So you'll see down at the bottom of your screen, there is a little Q&A icon with 2 speech bubbles. Please use that feature to ask your questions during the session. You can type in questions at any time, but they will be read out by myself and answered by the speaker at the end of the event. So if you are forgetting and are going to be using the chat to ask your questions, I will gently move you over to the Q&A feature. So I think that's it for our housekeeping. So I'm going to go on to introduce our first keynote speaker. And I'm very excited to be welcoming and introducing Jessie Loyer, who is a colleague of mine in Southern Alberta. And Jessie is going to be speaking to us today about the sometimes false promise of technology in Indigenous language revitalization. And just to introduce Jessie, Jessie Loyer is Cree Métis and a member of the Michel First Nation. She's a librarian at Mount Royal University in Calgary on Blackfoot and Treaty 7 territory. Her research looks at Indigenous perspectives on information literacy, supporting language revitalization, and building capacity for oral history sharing and digitization for communities. She's interested in creating ongoing research relationships using kinship. And I'm really excited to hear what Jessie has to say to us today. Welcome, Jessie.
All right. Hi, everyone. Bear with me as we get all organized. I'm sure let me know if you can't hear me or if anything's weird. I'm working with two screens here in a really interesting situation, but I think it's going to be good. So tan say nito temptek Jessie nitigasun kalukotinia magno tuskonek. I'm really happy to be here. Access is a delightful conference that I have admired for many years, have been able to be a part of as a volunteer coordinator when it came to Calgary, and I'm really pleased to speak with you today. Now, I'm actually speaking to you from Edmonton today because that's where I've been since the pandemic started. So I am working at Mount Royal University in Calgary, but I came home once the pandemic hit. And so I am going to open us up with a song from this territory. This is something that I don't feel super comfortable doing. It doesn't come easy to me, but a lot of my work is thinking about the ways that information and the way that we understand information exists so much further than academic containers of information. And that actually singing songs and engaging in the material culture where information is held is important. So it is morning where I am. I know that it's not morning where everyone else is, but I'm just gonna sing a little snippet of the sunrise song, a morning song to wake us up, get us started. One sky pewa panuma sepe sisa kanigamua emiunagwan gitaskina hey 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 yo. All right, let's get going and have a look at what we're doing for the rest of the talk. Now, my talk is focused on really thinking through some of the ideas that we have. I'm just gonna put this into presenting mode here. And I'm really interested in how the way that we talk about technology in Indigenous language revitalization. Around this time last year, MRU launched an app that uses augmented reality to help people pronounce Blackfoot language signage around our library. And I was pretty clear with the team from the start when we were talking to media that what we were doing with this app wasn't saving a language or preserving a language or reviving it, saving it from death. And yet, this is what showed up in the media. That sort of reviving an Indigenous language. And people get really excited to write a headline that says, this app saved a dying language. I think there's something almost romantic about it. You know, this sort of quick fix to these big, scary problems. But, you know, this is Access. We know that that's not the case. So in our time today, we're going to talk a little bit about where we're at with Indigenous language revitalization, how technology fits into some of these ideas, and use a framing of Indigenous futurisms to help us think through and kind of analyze what we see in front of us. We'll talk about a number of projects that use different digital technologies, and then we'll wrap up by kind of asking, like, is this working? So we'll start with language context. We're going to be looking at Canada kind of specifically. There are other examples from around the world, but I think that helps us get a sense because federal policy does influence language revitalization, as well as like specific nation state history. So we're going to talk about especially why this idea of a dying language maybe doesn't really resonate in a useful way anymore. So here's what we know right now. So in the census in 2016, they asked a bit about Indigenous languages. This is 2016, so they're using the phrasing Aboriginal. But they reported that there were more than 70 languages spoken by people in Canada that were Indigenous languages. And that sort of lumps certain languages together. But even so, they noted that there was over 260,000 Indigenous people that could speak well enough to conduct a conversation. That's actually more than the number of people that's their mother tongue, which is closer to like just under 209,000. So that's also evidence that people are learning it as a language. So that sort of sadness, like, oh, these languages are going away, that's not actually true with this number. But we do note that people that are over 65 were the most likely to speak the language. And then in each age group, as you went younger, that percentage declines. So a good example of that might be in Tsuut'ina, which is a dialect of Dene. Right now, there are 7 fluent speakers, and the youngest is 75. And so you've probably heard some stats like this before. So they've often get thrown around to scare us and to push us into action. They're sometimes effective, but also I think sometimes they just look like numbers on a page to us. Now, I grew up hearing and speaking Cree, which is also called Nehiawewen, as it's my dad's first language and it's the language of all my grandparents. It's relatively well-resourced among Indigenous languages. There are just a lot of Cree speakers and it covers a lot of Canada. And it's to the point that I could take Cree at university to fulfill a language requirement for my arts degree. And at the U of A, that's really where I became aware of sort of the politics of language learning and sort of the big challenges that face people that are doing this work. For that class, the only technology that we used was audio recordings. We had to go to a lab in a basement to access, and you could download the recordings and email them to yourself. So when I went to grad school, I took 2 classes outside of library school at UBC, both with Dr. Candice Kalemamu Bahinekapukala. She thinks about technology in language revitalization in a Hawaiian context. Now, in that class, we talked about the ways that technology is often out of reach of those working in this field, especially when it comes to creating learning resources. I mean, there's lots that is out there, but for some small communities, so much of this is so expensive or requires so much maintenance. So in this class, we were urged to rethink technology in really simple ways. And one of our assignments was to create talking books using PowerPoint. So these were illustrated in PowerPoint, then they were translated into languages, and then you could add audio to it. So they're narrated in the language as well. And that's something that people have been doing for a long time because it's just part of what kind of comes with a lot of basic offices. But even more lo-fi than that were cut and paste books, taking children's books, translating them, printing out those translations, cutting them, and then pasting them over the English words. And Dr. Gala talks about how this is a technology as well. We have things like people who have been hosting language classes over the phone in areas where the internet wasn't available yet. And this group of people that have been thinking through language revitalization have always kind of thought about technology to help them deal with the logistics of gathering people together to learn. However, they're still really at a disadvantage when it comes to having resources available. Now, for most communities, there are archival texts, which were created by missionaries and explorers, anthropologists. And these were intended for non-Indigenous language learners. So they often created grammars and dictionaries. And these archival materials are really important for language learning, especially for older vocabulary. But they also often include really weird vocabulary. I remember hearing Arak Wolven-Gray, who's a Cree language speaker and teacher, talk about a grammar that he had found that had the verb conjugation, I shot the children, you shot the children, he shot the children, which is strange and very off-putting and just odd. Now, teachers can't really teach kindergartners using like an old hymnal. So they still have to create their own learning materials. And it's also strange that the languages that are held in archives are often held in collections far from their originating communities. And so we can think about what that process of repatriation of language materials also looks like too. Oh, we're gonna go back. Now, Indigenous language teachers have been engaging with these sorts of archival materials for a long time, which we said. But this also tells us a story about our ancestors' willingness to engage with technology. So much of what lives in museums emerged from language speakers' interest in technologies of the time. So if we think about the wax cylinders that Jeremy Dutcher used to craft his album Wolastokiok Lituwa Gonawa, that tells us a story about how his ancestors were willing to engage with this technology. There are other communities that have no wax cylinder recordings. So that tells us a story about Wolastokiok technological curiosity. Now, a lot of these archival materials or recordings come to us from a time when people were really scared about this concept of a dying race, soon to be extinct culture. And so it has an element of salvage archaeology to it. People are trying to grab as much as they could, fearing that the language and culture were dying. And that sensibility continues today with the rhetoric that we use to talk about Indigenous languages. So what's wrong with using this language? This kind of wording around something that has fewer speakers. Well, one of the first things it does is that it positions this lack of fluency as the personal failure of individuals, rather than attribute it to the bigger systems that led to language loss. So when people are relearning Indigenous languages, there are already huge barriers of shame and guilt. And in reality, these languages aren't dying because someone chose to respond to their granny's Cree in English. They've been systematically eradicated for assimilation. So we're dealing with system failure, not the failure of individuals. The second is that the phrasing isn't really accurate. If a language is dying, how do we track that death? When is a language fully dead? Is it when there's no more fluent speakers? Is it less than 2 speakers? No more living speakers? And linguists certainly already use these kinds of classifications, but what does it actually mean for a community if you declare their language to be dead? How can we justify the psychological and social ramifications when we already know that there's trauma, C number 1, involved in this process? And the third ties into this salvage archaeology concept as well. And as I look at my slides, I realize I put in what I was thinking and not my final way of writing this, but I think it captures exactly what I'm getting at. So salvage archaeology means that the fear of that loss prompted a number of researchers, sometimes with the consent, sometimes without the consent of the community, to save what they could as fast as they could. So their perception of what was valuable is wonky. And so there are examples of anthropologists only talking to elderly men about ceremonies. And so as a result, women's ceremonies, particularly around puberty and around childbirth, are under-resourced, under-recorded. The proper protocols for knowledge transfer weren't followed, so what's recorded is also out of context. And a good resource about this process is the book, Indigenous Notions of Ownership and Libraries, Archives, and Museums, which asks what's lost when the transfer of knowledge happens haphazardly like this. Similarly, Leanne Hinton has said that linguists who have been documenting languages usually focus on grammar and vocabulary. And they've often failed to document sort of the most important aspects of it, the pragmatics, the everyday use. People want to know how to greet each other, what the rules of conversation are, how it's used to express emotion, politeness. How do people interact? And the gestural components to it, the facial expressions. These are important parts of communication. In my family, we recently found a VHS that was created by an ethnomusicologist who was hanging around our family when I was a kid. And he's at a dance and he literally zooms in on a musician's fingers. And while we were watching, we were all kind of just yelling for him, like, show the crowd, show people dancing. So it's looking at it with this particular lens. So the problem with using a dying language is that it kind of means that using that framework, what we've created and what we've preserved doesn't really necessarily make sense to the actual communities. So instead of saying it's dying, Leanne Hinton has a chapter on what she calls sleeping languages. And this is from her 2001 book on language revitalization. So she writes, there are at present many languages in the world who have fallen silent. A language is silent either because there's no one left who knows it, or because those who know it no longer have any domain left in which to use it. In some of the literature, such languages have been called moribund if there are people who retain knowledge but have no way to use it, or dead or extinct when there are no living speakers. I prefer the less final metaphor of silence, or L. Frank Manriquez's sleep. So that's the phrasing that we're going to work with, sleeping languages. And perhaps the most impressive example of this is with Wampanoag. Jessie Little-Doe-Baird won a MacArthur grant to revitalize her language. This is the language of the people who met the Pilgrims, Plymouth Rock. And it's an Algonquin language, so it shares similarities with Anishinaabemowin, Nehiyaweewin, other kinds of languages in this family. And so they could make connections and comparisons with these cousin languages. But there was also a vast written corpus for Wampanoag, because they were one of the first groups of people in North America to experience colonization by Europeans. They started writing their language down in European containers of information, like land deeds, Bibles, letters, really early on. And I specifically say European containers of information because prior to contact, there's absolutely information containers that exist. Birch bark biting, wampum belts, winter counts. So Jessie's work is interesting. It's that idea that with a combination of oral history, money, good relationship and community, archival finds, and a lot of work, it can wake up a sleeping language. And her daughter is the first native speaker in those generations. The reason that I also start with this story is that I've been talking about it at conferences since like 2012. And I appreciate that her take is that showing the numbers on how endangered Indigenous languages are doesn't really do much. There's no action behind it. It really just feeds into sort of a collective guilt and nihilism. Oh, we were so awful. We feel so bad. This language is dead. And the very first conference I presented at as a librarian was at the Stabilizing Indigenous Languages Symposium, SILS, in Kamloops in Secwepemc territory. And I'm passionate about the idea that libraries and the people working in language revitalization can work together, and that we can sort of reverse the sort of nihilism that exists around it. We just haven't been that great at it so far. So there's a framing of Indigenous people as somehow removed from technology, mired in a nostalgic past. People sometimes refer to as like the vanishing Indian or the environmental Indian, a concept that Indigenous people are more connected to nature than anything else. And while our worldviews do decenter humans and place them within a broader network of kinship, this framing is, frankly, weird. It sees Indigenous people and technology as somehow two separate things, as though adaptation is not part of any culture. Consider the things media offers us as images of Indigenous people. A man, hair and headdress flowing, silhouetted by the setting sun, sitting on his horse, just like this public domain Frederick Remington print. But like, his horse? Horses returned to the Americas with non-Indigenous people. That frequent image that we have requires us to consider adaptation. And the same is true of the food perhaps most steadfastly referred to as Indigenous cuisine, bannock or fry bread. This is poverty food, a food of survival. Taking what were awful rations and making something so enduring that it's now synonymous with indigeneity. So to that end, let's avoid discussions of technology that pit Indigenous people against technology. We don't want to fall into this sort of falsehood of the environmental Indian and really flatten the work done by people. And remember that the reality is that even our most inaccurate nostalgic images of an apparently dying race still involve adaptation. I love photos of Indigenous people just living their lives, often just using technology, which can seem anachronistic to people that want to exoticize us. But Paul T. Sequasis has a book called Under the Midnight Sun, where he's literally just posting archival images of people living their lives. And it often includes people interacting with all kinds of technology. Now, the concept of Indigenous futurisms borrows from Afrofuturisms, which is a rejection of white utopias were often offered. It was coined by Mark Derry, and Afrofuturism embraces themes of reclamation, Black liberation. Think Wakanda. Or think about Alicia B. Wormsley's artwork, seen on billboards, that just reads simply, "There are Black people in the future." That's Afrofuturism. And the language of Indigenous futurisms, which was coined by Grace Dillon as an homage to Afrofuturism, thinks about how Indigenous people, after surviving genocides and continued never-ending trauma, already live in the dystopian now. And so the term Indian has seen a resurgence in the last few years, popping up in places like Billy Ray Belcourt's Indian coping mechanisms. It's both a throwback to chat room shorthand and a desire to see Indigenous people in the future too. We're not dead natives. Think A Tribe Called Red, or Sannyasi's paintings, which add West Coast farmland aliens over colonial landscapes of villages. Ani Pogoktok is Indigenous futurisms. What's interesting about thinking about this concept is that it positions technology as emerging from Indigenous worldviews rather than existing outside of them. And I find this framing so helpful for us to assess the projects we're going to dip into next. Candace Kalemamu Bahine Kapugala writes that technology can either be viewed as a benefit or aid or supplement to language learning, or may be viewed as a distraction and unnecessary tool. And her work definitely looks at it as a benefit or a supplement, and we're also going to use that, but we should ask as we're moving through these projects, when is it an unnecessary distraction? As we're moving through these, let's also remember that as we look at projects, every language has different needs depending on its context, that every dialect is unique. And it's not only in how awake or sleepy it is, but also in the structure, the protocols of speaking. So for example, consider the way that gendered language for Lakota speakers means that who you are changes how you learn the language. So this is not comprehensive. It's just a smattering of the kinds of projects that do exist. We see that technology used in Hawaii, but also kind of across the world, falls into these general 4 categories. One is preservation. 2 is material development, so teaching materials. The 3rd is multiple modes of communication. So how can we figure out how we're actually communicating in different ways? And then the one that sort of undergirds it all is this concept of like, if it works, how is it replicable? How can it be used by other communities? Now, language apps are really common. They're one of the easiest projects to write into a grant. And subsequently, many language apps are short-term projects that upload a small audio dictionary into certain domains. So greetings, colors, animals, body parts, like kid vocabulary, beginners. They're certainly flashy and make for great media releases, but often they fall into that sort of tech saves the language rhetoric. But many are now inaccessible. If the staff member or the outside organization who developed it has moved on, some apps like the Sutuna one, for example, are no longer available at all for download and will fail to work after old phones update. A language app, however, can be tailored to the specific needs of the community. There are at least 3 Blackfoot apps developed by different communities. So one of them is Blackfoot by Old Sun Community College in Siksika, Bikani by Tepisin, and Oki by Blackfoot Language Revival. So the easy creation of language apps means that all these dialects can be supported and they can really respond to the needs of the community. So I apologize for the Cree supremacy of this talk, but it's just the language I know best. So creedictionary.com has an app as well as a desktop version, and it pulls from 3 published dictionaries to provide Cree English, English Cree translations. There's no audio involved. But the desktop version runs on Flash, which will be interesting as we move into December. And most of the page is already broken. It used to have a syllabics converter, lots of other information. It hasn't been updated over time. It's really tough when we think about the longevity of projects. As soon as we include specific digital technologies, there's that built-in obsolescence. And we know this, but how can we justify this for projects that are so necessary? Alternatively, the Cree Literacy Network is a simple WordPress blog run by a network of Cree speakers across the prairies. Now, it's been around for 10 years, but the flexibility of the platform has allowed them to upload audio, video, include translations, stories, all kinds of things. And their focus is on using standard Roman orthography in order to write down Cree. Cree is written in lots of different ways, And people often resist learning this orthography because it might not look right to their ear or their eye. So when I was in university, I showed my dad my Cree homework, and I showed him the word E-K-O-S-I. And he looked at it and he said, E-cozy? But the word, which means that's it, you use it at the end of a conversation to just say we're done here, is ekose. But to my dad, who has never really written the language that he speaks, the word E-K-O-S-I seems so foreign to him, wasn't recognizable. So they're doing a lot of work in sort of the standardization. Now it uses WordPress partially because that allows for them to do a lot of updating easily. For example, when Black Lives Matter was happening, they were able to put up a post that included several translations in multiple dialects that included audio. So you can see that here on the screen, Gaskete Unawak, so Black people, Opamatsu Unawao, all of their lives, E Ispite da Kwani are held in regard. So it's lovely to see a platform that can relatively be connected to what's going on in the world and move fast and respond as they need to. First Voices has been around since 2003, and it supports software to help people record and teach language. Their emphasis is primarily on spoken, conversational audio dictionaries and keyboards to use on your phone. It's run by the First Peoples Cultural Council in BC, and so most of the dialects are based there. Their support also includes walking people through terms like georedundancy, master and access files, preservation standards. And if you look at the list of languages that the organization supports, which is linked on the slide, you'll see that the relationships that exist between the communities exist here too. And it's really interesting to see the way that different communities have retained control over how their languages are shared. Remember how we thought about archival materials, so often created really without Indigenous people as the audience or the creators, and so often taken out of context. A structure like First Voices builds in context by creating public and private options. Speaking of archival materials, there's two projects that I'd like to talk about where people are thinking about how we can better use these kinds of materials. One of them is a project to train OCR to read Inuktitut syllabics. So it's not using a Latin script, and there's so many old newspapers and other written documents that have been digitized but haven't been OCR'd. Art Rhino from Our Digital World worked on Inuktitut syllabic recognition and shares the language files and code for open source text recognizer Tesseract. So this is a good example of that fourth category of how tech can help languages in the sense of reproducibility. Because this application isn't just for Inuktitut, but it's also for other non-Latin orthographies. The other archival, or kind of allowing the language that is held in archival resources to come on out is a project out of California. And this applies optical scans to read the sounds off wax cylinders. Wax cylinders are fragile, so they're created by a cutting stylus creating tiny grooves while recording, and then a stylus is used to play back the sounds. But as these wax cylinders get older, they become more fragile, and greasy people fingers or even a stylus might cause more damage. A non-touch option is necessary. So this project's out of Berkeley, and it works by measuring the groove shape using precision metrology methods developed by Carl Haber and digital image processing to adjust for the damage that's happened. And the link on this slide points to a YouTube video that it's kind of a news article that's kind of talking about the whole process. So if we remember the example of Wampanoag, where there was no living speakers for 7 generations and then a reawakening of the language. Now, a lot of these California languages are in similar situations. The violence of the gold rush affected the loss of languages here. So Rumsen has no living speakers, but in this video that's linked, Louis Trevino, who's Rumsen, says, the impact of this technology is that they don't have old timers who can sing these songs, but so this is one of their sole resources. And he says, for this reason, it's especially precious to us. And there's such a difference in the way that tech people are writing about their work and the way the communities see the impact of that work. For this guy, Carl Haber, he's just excited about a novel application from high energy physics to audio preservation. But for Luis Trevino, he's talking about the preciousness of hearing his ancestral language. Sometimes I think that's a wide gap to cross. Two communities that can work so well together, but really do come to this work with two different worldviews. This is the app that I was involved in, Deciph AR. And this went through a number of processes to get to where we're at today. First, we thought it would be kind of beautiful to have Blackfoot language on all the signs in MRU's new Riddell Library and Learning Center. So we got Leo Fox and Mary Weaselfat from Red Crow Community College in Gaina to help us do that. The next step was that we realized that the size of signs really limits bilingual options. There's a lot of signage in libraries. And so we decided to limit Blackfoot to destination signage for collections. So children's lit, music, main collection, and building partners like the Academic Development Center and the Department of Education. Now we realize, once that's all in, that there are no Blackfoot people that work in this building. So no one knows how to pronounce these words. Public services staff, particularly, are interested in providing the correct pronunciation to the people that ask them. So I, as the library, serve as a client for an info design class who do a signage audit and provide some suggestions on how to encourage people to use the Blackfoot words comfortably. Then we have a team in the library, which includes our Viz team, a summer student from info design who was part of that signage audit, and then me, the Indigenous Studies librarian, who work out this app idea to encourage pronunciation. So hopefully they can scan the sign and hear the words. And here we are, this app. It runs on iOS and Android. And basically you use your phone, scan the signs, an info card pops up. There's an audio pronunciation and a written translation. There's also a quiz and some background on why learning even a little bit of Blackfoot, if you're not Blackfoot, is good. It was developed using Unity, which allows for that cross-platform compatibility, and it's easier to update and add features if we need to in the future. And then the augmented reality was implemented using Vuforia, which allowed for that image recognition of the signage and the ability to support older devices that may not have built-in AR functionality. So the benefits to this is there is now a very easy way to check the pronunciation of the Blackfoot signs in the library. And the cons to this is that this is a very labor-intensive way to do this. Now, Kim Christian has spoken at Access before. She's a genius who is involved in Makudu, which is this sort of thoughtful CMS that gives communities control over the item level access. It was created in 2007 in collaboration with Kim Christian, Craig Dietrich, and Warramungu community members, so in Australia. And so they were looking at a language archive called the Makudu Wamporanikari Archive. And so Makudu is a Warramungu word that means dilly bag. It's that safekeeping place. And so it was really a thoughtful way to think about how do we build structures that actually allow people to implement their own protocols around it. So we're not kind of dealing with weird stuff that showed up created by missionaries that are then kind of our only sources of information. It's a really beautiful project. It has tons of implementations around the world. It's being used by tons of different Indigenous communities. But one of the things, like many of these other projects, is that they're using Drupal 7. And so they're having to think through, for newer implementations, how do we move beyond this once it no longer works for us? So in all these examples, we should note, like, a good technology requires control and flexibility in order to sustain itself. The big question in so many of these projects is, are community members that are learning the language actually able to use the final products? Or Are these being used as sort of a fun, exotic project? Kind of like showing off the tech, using Indigenous people as a sort of fun flavor. Is it responsive to what communities need? Now, I'm pretty wary of projects that use technology in that showy way, rather than tech responding to a crisis. And I frequently teach Adam Gaudry's article called Insurgent Research. And he says about most research in academic spaces, really that it is an extractive process. So he says that, these expectations around publishing drive researchers to take deeply meaningful information, often from a marginal or an under-researched community, and present it to a third party, which both the academic, the researcher, and the third party, which is often like a government bureaucracy or an academic audience, both of those people have very little stake in the preservation of the integrity of that extracted knowledge. So rarely are those people that are considered informants the primary audience of research, especially when it comes time to disseminate it. So instead, he positions insurgent research as being characterized in these 4 ways. So one is that it's grounded in, it respects, and ultimately seeks to validate Indigenous worldviews. The research output is geared towards use by Indigenous peoples and in Indigenous communities. The research processes and final products are ultimately responsible to Indigenous communities, meaning that Indigenous communities are the final judges of the validity and effectiveness of insurgent research. And lastly, that research is action-oriented, and it works as a motivating factor for practical and direct action among Indigenous peoples and in Indigenous communities. So one of the ways that we can look at our own projects and ask, is this extractive or not, is thinking about, hang on, one of my headphones just fell out of my head. 1 second. One of the things that we can ask is, where are the Indigenous people on the project team? Are they only the subject matter experts providing content to populate the app? Then that's a problem. Another one of the issues that we need to think about when we're thinking through these projects is how fast your internet is. So only 24% of Indigenous households have access to quality high-speed internet. This is based on a CRTC report in 2017. It's compared to 94% for Canadians. Now, when we're considering the digital divide, let's think about even internet access in the North. Internet is sparse and slow and spotty there. And promises of high-speed internet has been announced in the past using the open access Tamarmek Nonalit network and Northwest Tel, which is part of Bell. The backbone is satellite-based rather than fiber optic cable. But currently, only 4 communities can get Northwest Tel internet: Arviat, Cambridge Bay, Iqaluit, and Rankin Inlet. And so most people are not able to access this high-speed internet despite how it's been promised. Many communities are relying on copper lines on poles or satellite dishes that connect them to a base station connected to a satellite. And this lack of infrastructure is not accidental. Yes, it is expensive to service the North, but it's expensive to service islands too, and we do that. The digital divide is exacerbated by years of government neglect of infrastructure. So this question about the digital divide is really about digital equity, especially when we think about the way that access to the internet is now considered a human right. The pandemic has also shown us all kinds of interesting limits to the internet in terms of rural or remote areas. One of my parents' neighbors is really the only person her office to have to go in because she just can't do her work from where my parents live. Work done in person has shifted online, including for language learning. People are making videos, adding them to Facebook, considering low-tech options like workbooks that can be mailed out. The Cree Immersion Camp, which usually runs in the summer, moved online to Zoom, with breakout rooms sorting speakers into different fluency levels. Now, many language websites are content rich with audio and video, which can be a problem for download speeds and streaming. The old Gabriel Dumont Institute website used to offer multiple options for viewing video to manage the needs of their mostly rural audience, but they've now shifted all their video to YouTube. Slow speeds are not only temporarily frustrating, but they limit the level of interaction that these communities can have with each other in a time when we're all craving connection. Yet despite all these things like virtual powwows and Indigenous TikTok in a time of this pandemic have really blown up. People are hungry for connection and Facebook language pages are busy. People remain interested in language revitalization. And we can even see it in the way that Alberta Health Services put out this particular advisory using Plains Cree. Now, this is available as a PDF and can be downloaded, printed off, and used in communities. So the language is definitely being learned and is definitely awake even during this time of pandemic. Another question that we sort of have to use when we're assessing this is the protocols that go along with language learning. What does the internet restrict from us? What's lost when we replace things? And technology changes us. It can shift our priorities and shape our worlds. And it's hard to know if elders talking about the challenges that internet-reared generations have is just an extension of the sort of like kids these days, or if these are damning shifts that will shape cultural transmission. Now, the internet teaches us that we can ask a question and we should get a quick answer. It doesn't tell us that's not the right question or that it's not the correct time to ask or that the question requires something of the asker, which is often the case in knowledge transmission in traditional ways. And if we look at gatherings like the Saskatchewan Indigenous Cultural Center's First Nations Language Keepers Gathering, that's been going on for 15 years, the topics of these gatherings are less concerned with cutting edge technology. Not that they aren't using technology for their teaching, but the real priority and push of their work is more concerned with fluency, of understanding the holistic role that language plays in understanding culture. So there's always a fear that technology will not only misrepresent Indigenous perspectives, but damage them. And we have examples of that happening. In the misrepresent side of things, this is an article that I wrote in 2014 with Maria Smalllegs, who at the time was the non-insured health benefits navigator for Treaty 7 Corporation. Now, this is a screenshot from Google Scholar, but it really shows us one of the ways that technology just absolutely fails Indigenous people in all kinds of tiny, small ways every day. If you look at her name, it writes it as MS last name Legs. And so her last name is Smalllegs, but it's not really reading it in that way. And there are lots of very long Indigenous names. They're translations from the language into English. And so in Southern Alberta, we have names like Shot Both Sides, Swings with a Gun. This makes it a little bit challenging. And it's one of those things that isn't sort of soul crushing, but it's just that slow, small problem, right? The recognition that these systems were not created for us. Now, much of what we've been talking about today has really been about thinking about language death as a problem to be solved by technology. But it's always messier than that. First, we know that languages aren't really dying, and we know that tech can help and also hinder. But Mutale Nkonde gives us a wonderful perspective shift entirely. She recently gave a keynote, and in it, she said, refuse the techno-solutionist frame. Reimagine technology as tools of liberation. She works at AI for the People, and her work is really thinking about how technology has been created specifically as anti-Blackness, automated anti-Blackness, Why We Need to Name Race to Create Just Technical Futures is the name of her upcoming book. And we're not just talking about technology that betrays our anti-Blackness, our own biases, our own weaknesses, but tech that was created and is rooted in white supremacy. And a lot of the ways that we apply tech to language issues has this tech solutionist perspective. That mindset rooted in white supremacy in saying, let me fix it for you. I'm thinking it's so connected to that idea of extractive research instead of insurgent research, which is emerging from the community's concerns and from Indigenous futurisms, where technology emerges from that particular worldview. Is there such a thing as an insurgent technology for language revitalization? Yeah, I hope so. I think so. Technology as a tool of liberation takes us out of the framework we saw media lazily adopt at the beginning when we were talking about decipher AR. No one's saving anyone. We're saving each other, maybe. But more importantly, what we're doing is we're slowly fixing the relationships that led to language loss in the first place. We're trying to build a world where we're all thriving. Now, this quote kind of puts it into perspective. It's from a Hawaiian language teacher named Aloha. And she says, technology is a great help, but you can't forget the traditions, the Hawaiian traditions. These technology tools are just input devices. We need to preserve the sources of Hawaiian tradition until the Hawaiian traditions can be extended with these tools. So let's bring this home. What did we learn today? First, languages aren't dying. No, they might be sleeping, and they absolutely need our help. But we have to avoid that nihilistic wording, the rhetoric of nihilism. Second, different languages need different things. We have to understand their needs in context. There's no one size fits all. There's unique challenges and unique opportunities for the many different languages that are in Canada and around the world. Third, there's this concept that tech won't save languages, but it might be able to help them if it's used thoughtfully and if it emerges from Indigenous people. Fourth, we should avoid tech solutionism and instead embrace Indigenous futurisms and insurgent research so that technology that's created emerges from the culture. And five, the reason that I want to bring these stories to you is that Indigenous languages emerged from the lands where we all live and work. We are physically located in different places, even as we're meeting online. And the land that you are on right now sustains you and has sustained your ancestors and the people that made it possible for you to do this work. The legacy of colonialism often renders us so far from connection to those places. And the way that languages are often seen as a fun little exotic flavoring, like, oh, here's how to say hello. But when we understand language, the language of the place where we live, we get a sense of how the people who stewarded the land for generations understood their own responsibilities. It helps us see our own shared responsibilities to help each other through this space. So thank you for sitting with me today. I'll end and I'll say, Okse Maga. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jessie. Thank you for your wonderful talk. We do have some time for questions. So, and one of the ways that technology has disrupted us is that we cannot applaud you in real life, but I see many people digitally applauding in the chat. So thank you, everyone. I would welcome people to use the Q&A button at the bottom of your screen if you would like to type your question. If you would like to verbally speak a question, please put up your hand and I can unmute you and you can say your question out loud. So I'll just give folks a moment. Okay. I see our first question in the question and answer session, so I will read it out. And this attendee asks, if we were interested in trying some kind of language preservation / revitalization project in our libraries, what advice would you offer to get started?
Great question. I think there's three main ways that libraries can support language revitalization. One is to think about your collections. And so thinking about, does it represent the people in whose territories you exist? So if you live in Cree territory, if you live in Treaty 6, for example, how many Cree language books do you actually have? And there's quite a few that exist. It might be harder to find them, right? And so you might have to work with self-publishers, think about what's being created by these language teachers, buy their stuff, right? So they might be creating materials, and then you can kind of go and buy that off of them. So that's one way. Think about your collection, beef it up. The second is to think about what we already hold. So that concept of like repatriation of language materials. And so if you have an archives or a museum, what's in there, right? So do you have recordings of some kind? In some communities, like budget is an issue, I think probably in every community. And so it's really a question of what can you do to actually make that information available to the people that probably need it more than we do? And then the third one is really thinking about, it's funny in a pandemic to talk about space, because I don't know if anyone who's on this call right now is actually physically in their office, but definitely thinking through offering space and offering resources to the people that are doing this work. And so libraries are places of gathering. And so we all have boardrooms and we have group rooms, and those are really good spaces to think about. So those are broadly those kind of three categories. There are going to be specific examples that might emerge, right? And so I think one of the first things is really thinking about who's doing this work in your area, right? So who's already doing this work. It's really not on libraries to necessarily fix what's going on, but to really just like listen and think about what they could be doing differently. But yeah, great question.
Thank you. I have a couple more questions here. The first one is from Tara Robertson. And Tara says, thank you for such an amazing talk. I'm thinking about what you said about our expectations on getting a quick answer to our questions. Are we even asking the right question is something you said. What are some of the right questions we need to be asking as librarian technologists right now?
That's a really good question. I bring up that concept because the way that knowledge transmission works in lots of different Indigenous communities doesn't work like Google, right? And so you might be, the way that you might ask a question of an elder and they might tell you a long story about something else and then say, okay, that was a nice visit. And so there's often not necessarily a clear pathway to like, but I was asking about, which medicines I should pick. But in the story, they might be putting you onto something else or thinking about it in a broader way. And it's that idea that a lot of times questions ask something of the asker, right? There's something that has to be given. There's an exchange, it's reciprocal. And so as library technologists, I think one of the biggest questions that we have is often tied to broader concepts of liberation. And so one of the big questions that I think I've been mulling over, and I think that other people have thought through really coherently, is this idea that what are other ways that this technology can be used for evil? And so a lot of times we're like, oh my gosh, this is so exciting. There's something cool that can happen with this. But in all of our libraries, there's tons of technology that surveils people, that basically assumes the worst of the people that we're serving. And so I think one of the biggest questions is like, what can we do in our libraries to limit that amount of technology or to thoughtfully implement technology that isn't kind of surveillance technology? So, but yeah, there's some big questions to ask.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. I have another question from another attendee, and this person is asking, do you recommend that other institutions follow MRU's lead and create their own decipher infrastructure for their own Indigenous languages Decipher really caught the imagination of a lot of people at our institution, but you sound lukewarm on whether it met your goals as hoped.
Right. I mean, I don't mean to poop on Decipher. I do think it's doing exactly what we wanted it to do, right? So it's creating like a point of contact audio pronunciation of a sign in a language that is unfamiliar to people. I think where I like to pump the brakes is when people are positioning it as like, great, we've saved Blackfoot now. It's like, no, Blackfoot's fine. I mean, Blackfoot has its own issues, but this one little app in a library is not going to do anything for Blackfoot. And so I do think that our next implementation of Decipher AR that we've been working on this summer is thinking about how it can be implemented into 2 tribal colleges. So Yellowhead Tribal College in Edmonton and Red Crow Community College in Gaina, but they're not quite ready yet. So we're thinking about Musqueam Cultural College, which is in Musqueam. And so this really takes a different tone when it's implemented in an Indigenous space, because for them, it's not about sort of an unfamiliar word, but it's about increasing access and increasing familiarity with these kinds of things. And so the words themselves aren't unfamiliar, but the way that they're used is more coherent, I think. And so it's not just sort of a beautiful word on a sign as a little fun flavor, but I think when it's put into Indigenous spaces, it's more relevant. And so that's one of the questions that I think I would have, right? If you're thinking about implementing it, is definitely, it's a good learning experience for the people on the team. And it does force us to think about Indigenous languages in our spaces as both a welcoming beacon for people, but also as a way to signal that Indigenous languages as an Indigenous knowledge container are important here. And so I think go ahead with it. All of the documentation for it is available. And so if you have any questions about that, if you want to look at the way that we've structured it and shifted it for multiple locations, definitely get in touch.
Great. Thank you, Jessie. I have another question/comment from Kim M in Guelph. She said, this is more of an FYI, I think, but wanted it to get to Jessie if possible. I'm relaying a question from another participant that had to leave early, but they wanted to ask Jessie if she is connecting with the Global Indigenous Data Alliance. And then they've got the URL in here. Not sure if they are collecting language data, but they do have guidance about dealing respectfully with Indigenous data called the CARE principles. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah, so there's a bunch of really great data organizations that are thinking through how do we care for, how do we make sense of, how do we preserve, make accessible data from an Indigenous perspective, tying into what we were talking about Adam Gowdry's concept of most research is extractive, most data bears that legacy as well. And so how do we think through the harm that data can do and also the power and potential that it has? First, I think I was talking about it for First Voices, but and also for Makudu, where this concept of everything being open is kind of something that is close to our hearts in library land. But for so many communities, that process has led to theft and of the theft of intellectual property, essentially. And so these areas allow them to retain control of data, especially language data, in a way that's really helpful. And so some communities, for a while, Tanaha, really, it was one of those communities that was like, only Tanaha people can learn Tanaha. So they had no outreach efforts for outsiders because they were like, that's not who we're here for. We're here for our own people, and we want to get fluency up for that. And so I think sometimes when we see those barriers, it can be really like annoying because you're like, well, I want to learn this. But it gives us a chance, I think, to pause and think, well, no, it's true. If I am just interested in Tanaha for like the fun of it, but Tanaha children aren't learning their own language, where can we put our priorities? So yeah, thank you for that note. There's amazing Indigenous data organizations, and the Alliance is doing really cool stuff. Yeah.
Thanks, Jessie. That gets back to your comment about whether we're asking the right question in the first place. So I have another question from Helena Merriman. I so appreciate you saying that your app wasn't implemented to save Blackfoot. I see it as a way to make your spaces more welcoming to students, particularly those from Blackfoot communities, and also to help non-Indigenous students to learn about this culture and language. Have you had feedback from students?
Yeah, so when we did user testing last summer, we made sure that we had a number of Blackfoot speakers that were also testing the app, which was really fun to do because a lot of these library terms are terms that Leo Fox has sort of thought through very, very thoughtfully, and he's a linguist, he's a teacher, so these are complex ideas. And so they were like, man, I don't even know this word, like what's the word for periodicals? So it was really interesting to see that process. And I think that even the fact that it exists is something that is absolutely that sort of welcoming piece, that it does signal to not only Blackfoot people, but other Indigenous people that this library is making a particular commitment to Indigenous knowledges here. When we opened the library, we had a speaker, his name just escapes me right now, but he is an Anishinaabe professor, and he obviously doesn't speak Blackfoot. But he toured through the library before his talk, and he said he had never seen Indigenous languages in a library like this before. And so it's not going to save a language, it's not to increase fluency, but it does the work of signaling welcoming, and I think that's really helpful sometimes. So the question is, art also does this, a good collection does this, hiring Indigenous librarians and other staff does this. And so I think it's one of many tools that we can use to think through being a welcoming space.
Thank you, Jessie. I'm not seeing any other questions coming right this very minute, but I'm going to give folks a few moments to type in any additional questions. We do still have a few moments for questions. And if anyone would like to speak their question aloud, please put up your hand and I'll unmute you so you can speak. I have just a simple question about whether your slides will be posted somewhere, Jessie.
Yes, I think that Michelle might have made them available on the website already. I sent them to him this morning though, so they will be available. There's links, so each of the projects I think has a link to either the website of the project or like a news story about it, because I think that, we only have, thanks, Michelle. We only have so much time to talk about them. And, it can be very, like, once you get started talking about all these projects, it can be kind of overwhelming to be like, and this one uses this. And so I thought I would leave that to, for you guys to check out if you wanted. Chrissy, I have a general question to lob out to people if they'd like.
Sure, go for it.
I'm interested in this concept of longevity of technology, right? And so in a number of the projects that we talked about today, that's definitely one of the challenges with this, right? So there's all these hours that go into this, there's all this money that goes into it. And I know that as people working in this area, that sort of planned obsolescence happens at every project. But I'm curious if people have worked on projects, not in Indigenous language revitalization even, but ones where the stakes really seemed high and yet technology just isn't going to last forever. So if there are examples of that, I'd love to hear them.
I see a comment from Elizabeth in the chat about Preservica future-proofing archives. Yeah, I know for myself, I was definitely thinking when you were talking about how projects get grant funding and then live and die. That's like 75% of anything I've ever worked on. And there aren't always great ways of preserving these pieces of content, but maybe web archiving will save us all. I do have a few more questions in the question and answer section. So Helena Merriam was asking about whether you are aware of the work of the National Research Council. She attended a session about tech and syllabics in September. It was Nihiwan language technology built at the National Research Council. So just an FYI, I guess. And Art Rhino has a question about gaming. And his question is, do you see a role for gaming in language support? U of T's Aboriginal Studies program has had an Indigenous language games, for example.
Right. Thanks, Art. Also, you got a nice shout out in the talk. You could probably give a talk to that slide a lot better than I could, but I do see gaming as an option. There's some really cool stuff happening around even like VR and immersion and being plopped into a space. There's a game slash film. It was created in a very like art space. I think it's called Bidabang, but it means the dawn, and it's an Anishinaabemowin. And yeah, basically, you have to engage with Indigenous language. You have to engage with Ojibwe or Anishinaabemowin to make sense of what you're doing in the game. And so I think that gaming is one of those areas. It's funny because I didn't include it in this because I think that a lot of times there is that gap, right? And so we have people that are excited about technology, and we have the on-the-ground grassroots language teachers and learners. And I don't know how often those two worlds connect. There's certainly like low tech games that are part of language learning, like matching games or whatever that are part of just everyday kind of getting at fluency up. But all of the examples of Indigenous gaming that incorporate language that I've seen are not being utilized extensively in community. And so that's an interesting kind of gap, right? It shows up in the optical scans for wax cylinders example, right? Where this guy's like, oh my God, this is so exciting, physics for audio preservation. And then the Rumsen speaker, Luis Torino, is like, this is beautiful and precious to me, and all I want to do is relearn these songs. And so I do wonder about that gap sometimes, right? And I think also in that gap is the concept around of protocol, right? So we want to do exciting things. I want to do exciting things. Like this concept of this framing of Indigenous futurisms really prompts us to do cutting edge, exciting stuff. But I think there's always a caution of like, where does the protocol of knowledge transfer fit into this? So yeah, it's an exciting area. Elizabeth Leponce is doing some really cool stuff with Indigenous gaming, and she's down in the States, but she's been kind of doing interesting things. And then Lindsay Nixon, who's at Ryerson, I think, has just started kind of an Indigenous digital humanities group. And they're thinking about things like TikTok and gaming. How does it work together?
Thank you. I have one more question from Kathleen Matthews, and she's asking, how are you using Indigenous place names to create the welcoming signals in the library?
So how it works is it basically lives just in our collection destination signage. So when you get to the collection, and then the destination signage for our building partners. We had a lot of other words. So we had words like library and welcome. But as you all know, libraries have too much signage in them most of the time. So we really were trying to think about the way that we could limit some of that stuff too. So that's how it works in our library. It's interesting the way that the app has been used for this perspective. So definitely for visitors, it's like a fun option as they're getting a tour through. But we've also had Indigenous studies classes use it as an assignment to think through what's happening here in these spaces. What's going on? Why don't we see Indigenous languages in other places? And one of the things that didn't really make it into my keynote is this idea that Indigenous languages make us unique. It separates us from all the other, British named places that we have everywhere. How many Dundas and King Street and Queen Streets do we have in all of our communities and all of our cities? Wouldn't it be more interesting if we each had, our cities named after the places where they actually were? You see this in Aotearoa in New Zealand, where the frequency of Maori signage really just forces you into thinking about where you are, right? You're not just in another small Britain. But I think it gives us an opportunity to think about, yeah, this is actually where we are. This is grounding us, and we're not just the same. We're not just all interchangeable North American cities.
Thanks, Jessie. That was a wonderful talk. I think we are almost out of time. Oh, Shelley had one small question about physical signage in Cree.
So we weren't using physical, our physical signage was limited to only Blackfoot. So in Calgary, the languages of the territory are Blackfoot, Nakota, and Tsuut'ina. We went with Blackfoot because it is the most commonly spoken language of Treaty 7. And also we just simply knew a librarian that spoke Blackfoot. So Mary Weaselfat was our informant, if you will. They weren't in Cree, and I do think that Blackfoot people would be very mad if I put Cree signs in their territory, that we are historical enemies. And so they might be less than excited about more Cree supremacy.
Thank you. I see some really interesting comments in the chat too in response to your question, Jessie. So I think what I'll do now, seeing as that it is 11:15 here in Alberta and 10:15 in Vancouver, is I will bring this session to a close, let people have a couple of moments to read the comments in the chat. And then after this session is over, we have a 15-minute break, during which time I believe you can check out the Twitch channel, and I think Alex is playing something in there. So you can stretch your legs, take a bathroom break, get a coffee, whatever you need to do, and we will join everyone back here at 11:30 my time, 10:30 Pacific Standard Time. I should stick to the actual true time of the conference. So 10:30 Pacific Standard Time. But please join me for one last very heartfelt thanks to Jessie Loyer for a truly wonderful and engaging keynote. Thank you, Jessie.
Thank you for handing us off, Christy. We are going to be switching over to a Twitch stream on the live YouTube channel. So it's going to be in this webinar as well as on the live stream.
All right, folks. Can everyone hear me? Can I get a testing, testing, testing? All right, terrific. Super cool. All right, so hello. I am Alex Garnett. I am part of the Access 2020 Organizing Committee. Once again, a big hand for Jessie Loyer. Wonderful talk. And on the subject of digital obsolescence, I have for you here a special treat. It's 5 minutes of Second Life. So I've never played Second Life before. I made this character specially for Access. They've given me this like horrible, disgusting lounge lizard costume. I'm not sure why that is. I've got a portable radio that I'm carrying around. If I turn the audio up, you can hear this. For some reason, it appears to be playing a combination of ZZ Top and Evanescence, and I can't make it stop. So we're gonna have to deal with that. That's just the mode du jour here for Second Life. So everyone buckle in and welcome. I'll be taking requests. I'm monitoring the chat. So you can feel free and get coffee. You can do anything more important than this. But in the meantime, let's take a walk. All right. So I appear to have spawned right next to the Second Life version of Stalingrad. I'm not sure why that is, but that's something we're dealing with now. Here's a cop car. Access 2020 says ACAB. Gonna fly around maybe. Not sure what's going on around here. You know what? I don't think I like being in Stalingrad. Funny enough. Let's take off. Whee! Okay, so I've worked out that I'm allowed to fly. The game does not run very well, which is something that we're also dealing with. Let's see if I can zoom on down. Okay. Oh, I fall down. Okay, I fall down the mountain. I'm having trouble landing straight. Let's fly back over to the main island and see what's going on over there. So it seems to load everything on the fly. So as long as I'm flying over, here we go. Okay. Oh, there's a hot air balloon gradually coming into focus. All right. By the way, I also wanted to shout out Trisha Jenkins for doing a wonderful job making our goat matching minimal computing game. For those of you who haven't seen our experiments in minimal computing that we did not get around to mailing out, you can take a look at those on our website. I'm going to come on over to here. Now, my username is Don't Put Me in Debtor's Prison. I chose that name because I wasn't sure how I would avoid paying for things in the virtual world of Second Life. However, I have found that it's pretty easy to steal planes and helicopters and so on. Gonna have to, whoops, there we go. And let's see, okay, fly. So I'm doing this Grand Theft Auto situation now. I'm not sure if I can, okay, I'm in the helicopter. Let's see if I can get it to work. Has anyone ever played Second Life before and can tell me how to fly the helicopter? I seem to be in the chat box now, but that's not working. All right, unfortunately, not having a lot of luck with this helicopter. But maybe I can build my own. It says Phoenix Firestorm. You can't modify this object. All right, that's too bad. Am I in the back? I'm in the back seat of the helicopter. Thanks. Yeah, that would prevent that from working. Okay, let me climb out and try again. There's a crash plane. Maybe that's from Stalingrad. You know, there was also a regular plane somewhere around here that I couldn't find until fairly recently. All right, sit here. Does that work? Doesn't seem to want to get into the helicopter. That's okay. You know what? We can fly of our own volition. Whee! There's a waterfall over here, but it doesn't want me to go visit the waterfall. How about if I go over to this part of the runway? Here's a little prop plane. Whee! Oh my, oh no, okay, Red Bull sponsorship. I also wanted to mention that Access is brought to you by Red Bull. This plane, I bet I can figure out how to use. Okay.
And on that note, Alex,
folks,
I
here
think
we go.
we're switching over to the Cookalong.
The plane is working. Let's hear it for Red Bull. I wonder if the brakes are, I can't seem to get liftoff. All right, and now we're switching to cooking, so I'm going to hand it over to Amy's Cooking Corner. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.
Hi, everybody. We are here and we are cooking chili for lunch today. We're going to get started right away. So what you want to do is take your biggest pot and put it on medium. So get that starting to heat up right away. I've got my ingredients all ready to go. And I hope that if you are cooking along, you have your veggies prepped. I did it last night. They are in this bag. In here, I have 2 chopped onions, 2 chopped red peppers, and 2 chipotle chilies. And this is the one item in this recipe I get sometimes questions about. These are canned in adobo sauce. This is near where the salsa and all the nacho stuff is. I started heating my pot a couple minutes ago. So this is pretty hot now. So I'm just going to dump in oil. The recipe, I think, says 2 tablespoons, but I have literally never measured this. I just kind of get it going here along the bottom. And I have got my garlic in my garlic press. And I'm going to put that right in. I know it's kind of dicey to add the garlic first, but since I have my veggies already prepped, I can get a little bit of the aromas going and get the other veggies in before that garlic burns. Now, depending on the kind of pot that you have, you can saute this, or I sometimes like to give it a stir. But we're just going to keep that going on medium for 4 or 5 minutes while it gets a little bit tender. And while your veggies are tenderizing, what you want to do is you want to prep your spice mix. So spice mix for this chili, it's really simple because most of the heat and most of that smoky flavor is going to come from that chipotle peppers. And the recipe does have chili powder in it, but if you like a hotter chili, I really want you to put in more chipotle peppers. I don't want you to do it with the chili pepper because this isn't like a 5-alarm chili. It does pack heat, but it's more of like this charismatic, smoky chili, and that's what you want it to be. So in our spice mix right here, what I've gotten here is a tablespoon of cumin, a tablespoon of coriander, and 2 teaspoons of chili powder. And I'm not quite ready to add this yet. I'm just going to pick up some of the veggies that fell out. Give this a little stir. You don't need to stir this the whole time, but I do like to swish it around because this is a pretty big pot, but it's only going to just fit. If you have a big stock pot, I would give it a use, honestly, but I wanted to make sure everybody could see a little better, and if I put the pot in front of me, then it'll block access. Another tip that I have, and I can't find what I did with my chipotle peppers right now, but you might be wondering what to do with the rest of the chipotle chilies after you use them. And what I like to do is I divide them up into portions and I put them into this ice cube tray, and then I don't have the rest of the can go bad when I make one batch of chili. So I've got my veggies pretty tender. I'm just going to throw in my spices. I'm going to give that a stir, make sure everything's coated. And I just realized I forgot to salt my veggies. So I'm going to be salting as I go because you don't want to put it all in at the end. You got to layer your salt to get the best effect. And if you've added your spices, what you want to do next is start opening your cans. So you've got 2 cans of crushed tomatoes, 2 cans of black beans, and your apple cider vinegar, and 1/3 cup of honey as well. So I've got those all ready to go in this big bowl. So I didn't have to waste time and listen to me open cans. And after you've got your spice mix coated, I'm going to take my big bowl and throw this all in. So that is, again, that's the tomatoes, that's the black beans, that is the honey, and it is the apple cider vinegar. And that's all going in there. And I'm going to just grab my corn. And again, I use frozen corn. You can be really fancy and use fresh corn if you want, but it tastes good. It might taste better with fresh corn, but this is what I have. And the corn is another one. I think the recipe is 1.5 cups, but I have literally never measured. This is a really, really forgiving chili. So if you don't normally make yourself lunch, if you just want to give something a try, this is a great one to start with. It is so forgiving. The only time I've ever had somebody screw it up is when my mom tried to make it for me and my siblings because she knew that she liked this chili, but she tried to make it like chili that she knew. So she put diced tomatoes in instead of the crushed tomatoes, and she put kidney beans in instead of the black beans. And I mean, it was still good, but it wasn't this chili. It was more of a more conventional chili. And the last thing I'm going to throw in there is my stock. And if you're not a vegetarian, you can use chicken stock, but I'm going to use veggie stock. And again, this is another one where I did have a quantity laid out, but usually what I do is I just kind of pour it on top, and if it's covered, then that's good enough. I like more of a thick chili, so I'm not going to put in a lot of stock. If you like a thinner chili, then put in more of that stock. So I'm just going to give this a mix. I'm going to turn up the heat a little bit until it starts going. And honestly, that's all there is to it. It's been, I think I've been on here 8 minutes, and we are pretty much done. So what this is going to do is it's going to bring to a boil, and we're going to simmer it on low for at least 15 minutes. And you can do it for longer than that. If you're really impatient, you could probably cut the time a little bit short, but we really just want to let the flavors mellow, and this will do you for lunch at Access all week. It is the perfect lunch. It freezes well, it heats well. If you'd like to make some of the other recipes, I have some examples here. So this is what I'm going to be eating right after this cook-along ends. These are our snacks. These are homemade dark chocolate peanut butter cups. And this is my breakfast, which I didn't eat this morning because I wanted to show you guys all when it was nice and fresh and whole. So this is your baked oatmeal, and I'll probably have a quarter of that all week. All right, so it is 10:30, and I'm gonna turn it over back to our next sessions. I hope you guys had fun. Have good food. Conferences are not the same without the food. So bye, everybody. Have some good eats.
Thank you so much, Amy. That was absolutely wonderful and pretty delicious. I'm Eka Gregoric. I'm your moderator for the next set of sessions. And we're going to kick off in a second, but I just want to go over a few housekeeping reminders. This is the first presentation session of our conference, which kind of means that, or the first set of presentations, which means that we have a lot of different speakers coming in and out. Questions are super welcome throughout this session, and we'll try to read them out after each speaker finishes. But if we run out of time, please add questions to a community notes document where they can be answered asynchronously. Access is a respectful community. Please abide by our code of conduct, which is found on the About page of the conference website. And finally, if anyone has any connection issues, feel free to ping us on Slack or just drop a comment in the chat. And now, without further ado, I'm going to introduce our next speaker who has a pre-recorded talk, and we will be playing that. It is Scott Young with What is the Right Thing to Do? Looking at LIS practice through the lens of professional ethics. Scott Young is an associate professor and user experience and assessment librarian at Montana State University. His work focuses on co-design and assessment of information services with related interests in professional ethics. Over to you, James.
Hi, everyone. This is Scott Young here, and I am delivering this presentation today. What is the right thing to do? Looking at LAS practice through the lens of professional ethics. So I'm Scott Young. I'm the UX and Assessment Librarian at Montana State University in Bozeman, Montana. This is the Access Conference. The year is 2020, and we are very online. I want to say thanks to the conference organizers for bringing together this conference in such trying times. So I'm Scott Young. Today's talk is about ethical decision-making in the everyday practice of library and information work. So you can find me on Twitter. That's my handle and my website. And the slides, this video recording and a transcript are available on my website right now at this address. I have the long link and the short link there. And the materials will be on the conference website soon too. So the main topics today involve professional values, practical ethics, and ethical dilemmas. So professional values, I draw on Simonelli's definition. The values of a profession are the beliefs of the group. And important here is that the scope of the group is varying. It could be the whole profession. It could be a peer group in your institution. Then practical ethics is the values applied in our professional context. So in a certain situation, what are the values at play, and what how we're making decisions based on those values. And so then the ethical dilemmas are situations of uncertainty where different values or value systems may be in conflict and there's no obvious right course of action. So some of the questions that I'm asking in sort of the work that I'm doing in this area, bringing these three values, ethics, and dilemmas together, it recognizes that ethical conflict, reflection, and resolution represent every person's struggle to make the right decisions. And so some of the questions that I'm asking are which values matter to LAS professionals? Which ethical dilemmas do we commonly confront? And then how do the values that we have articulated, how do they support ethical decision-making and ethical practice? So I don't have all the answers on these right now. Basically what I've done is I've done a systematic literature review to try to get at some of these questions to understand what values are in play, what conflicts do we have, and then how do we arrive at resolutions. And so in this presentation, I present some ethical dilemmas and some decisions in our profession as I found them in the literature. So the professional values. So this is an interesting one because we don't have a sort of profession-wide ethical code. We're not like doctors and lawyers where we're licensed and we can be, ejected from the profession. So it's highly contextual in our profession as to the values, how they're understood and how they're applied. So as a baseline, I kind of looked at the ALA core values statement. There's 12 of them. This, at the very least, is a high-profile point of reference for us. It's mentioned a lot. People refer to them. There's lots of different values for different people in context, but this is at least something for us to draw in together. Even though it's not enforceable, it's something for us to respond to. And I really appreciated what Emily Drabinski said here, that our values are continually produced and reproduced in the library discourse, and that they are ideas to be struggled over in both discourse and practice. So let's look at what some of those struggles are. I'm looking at ethical dilemmas as real-world pressures and tensions that challenge a values-based practice. And I kind of found two main categories: external value systems in conflict and internal values. And sort of how I'm understanding that is, externally, these are values involving competing value systems. So personal values, professional values, institutional or any other broader societal values that come into play. That could be capitalism, it could be feminism. And then sort of internal values are just defined within our own profession. So what are any conflicts involving competing professional values? So if service and privacy are in conflict, for example, what do we do? So let's take a deeper dive on external value system. So Smith says that as moral agents, ethical selves, who assume responsibility in their personal, private, professional, and public lives, information professionals balance conflicting loyalties. So we're bringing a lot of different value sets to our work. And Hauptmann says it's sometimes inconvenient to further professional values in the real world. And when he says real world, he means the pressures, the constraints, and the tensions of all of our external forces, which then results in what Yousefi recognizes as us routinely making decisions that oppose our declared values. So Yousefi acknowledges that the pressures to act in accordance with external values often prevent us from enacting our own professional values. And so the stakes of ethical action in this case are our own personal and our professional integrity and the trust of our communities. So the main conflict that I found in the literature right now related to external values and conflict is market forces and the LAS profession. Our wider society operates in a global capitalistic system. People and entities within the system, like us as librarians, were influenced necessarily by the pressures and the values of the market economy. And the values of that market economy, efficiency, flexibility, competition, they can stand at odds with our professional values such as the public good, privacy, diversity, social responsibility. Those are ALA core values. You may have others, but they are often in conflict with capitalistic values. And so this tension has been with us for some time. Melville Dewey founded the ALA in 1876 with the motto, the best reading for the largest number at the least cost. Now, my own personal values lead me to think that this is not an inspiring motto, but actually it's still the motto of the ALA. It's reaffirmed not too long ago. But even in his own time, Dewey's alignment with market values of like return on investment and resource efficiency was met with resistance from within the profession. Librarian Mary Solom Cutler Fairchild, vice president of ALA in 1895, remarked that Dewey's motto smacks of arithmetic and commerce. That to me is inspiring. So we have this century-long unresolved tension on the one hand, the commercial ideals of efficiency and profit, and on the other, competing LIS ideals of social responsibility, community, and the public good. So the main tension is, does our profession operate as a market good or as a public good? So let's look at one way this is expressed: information technologies, data, and privacy. So privacy has become a well-established value among librarians. This is long held for us, to the point of being described as a cornerstone value of the profession's ethical foundation. But at the same time, we develop and purchase information technologies in support of service and access. These can be third-party technologies that are developed by other companies for the purposes of e-commerce, coming from a sort of business perspective, not necessarily aligned with what we want. And so, as an understatement, we can say not all information technologies are designed with privacy in mind. Even with our own profession, this could be somewhat difficult when we develop our own technologies, accounting for all of that. So then the question is, how do we respond? So here's one potential dilemma that represents this. This is like an ethical vignette, sort of meant to prompt our reflection. So in this situation, in order to assess the library website, the assessment librarian is considering implementing new analytics software that captures screen recordings of website visits. The analytics software is operated by a privately owned third party, and the screen recordings would be stored on the company's cloud servers, which could affect the privacy of library users. But the advanced analytics would be applied to improve library web services. In this case, the librarian decides to implement the software. This dilemma is actually based on a personal experience of mine. Earlier in my time as a librarian, I implemented on our library's website a third-party software called Hotjar. I'm not sure if you have used Hotjar, but it provides some pretty amazing analytics. It does heat maps, it does screen recordings, it does even some key logging, so you can see what users' searches are. And so I thought that this would give us really good data to help improve our website. It kind of did, but then as I became more attuned ethically to the values of our profession and recognized this as a dilemma, then I thought about it again and I said, okay, maybe this isn't right for us. You know, this actually doesn't help us as much as it does according to the cost of sacrificing privacy or intellectual freedom for our users. So we had it installed, we removed it. But this dilemma is real because there's all sorts of technologies out there that we could implement on our websites that maybe conflict with our own internal values. So some ethical prompts we could ask here. What is the likelihood that you would take the same action as this librarian? Why or why not? Which values, personal, professional, or institutional, are operating in this scenario? And how else could the situation be resolved? Okay, so moving from the external conflicts, let's take a look at some internal conflicts. A very prominent, or in this situation, the way the ethical dilemma works is that we're faced with multiple paths of action for enacting different professional values. So the decisions in this case focus on which values prioritize the actions that we take and whether or how to complete a task that may be in violation of our values. So the main challenge here in what I found in the literature was challenging professional neutrality. So neutrality is a very interesting concept, and it's something that is really deep in our profession. So bringing forward this quote from the 60s, not to beat up on the 60s too much, but librarian Foskett said in the 60s, a good librarian must be able, as a professional, to undergo rapid chameleon-like changes as one inquirer follows another. If he has no politics, no religion, no morals, he can have all politics, all religion, all morals. So, of course, a librarian is not a lizard. As a complex human actor, a librarian must balance competing demands in a complex multi-stakeholder environment, sure, but at the same time recognizing that there is individual viewpoints and values at play. So let's look at how this has evolved over time. The main conflict relating to neutrality is that it's really such a deeply held position. We have the quote from Foskett in the 60s, and that position is understood to be almost an assumption of librarianship, dating all the way back to Dewey again in 1876, where neutrality was seen as a way to maintain objectivity and eliminate bias in the relationship between the library patron and the library professional. And it's also sometimes seen as underlying our claim to the public good. But today we're re-engaging and we're re-evaluating the concept and the application of neutrality. So the question now sort of sees neutrality as a claim to being beyond the reach of politics, but we're not beyond the reach of politics, and we're not beyond the reach of self-examination either. So neutrality is kind of seen as an untenable position and an incoherent position, because LAS is a profession with a social history that has specific political and social contexts. And so enacting a professional value is itself taking a stand, not neutral. So let's look at what this looks like in cataloging and classification. This is a really rich area that a lot of us are familiar with. So catalogers have what Olson has notably described as the power to name, the ability to describe and represent an information object, which in turn affects the access and the use of that object, and can also help or harm depending on how it's described and who's accessing the article. So the question here in ethical cataloging is, how do we understand and apply that power? And the decisions that catalogers make are not always so clear. So here, neutrality is especially entrenched because of the desired appearance of a positivist, rational, scientific, and technical objectivity for our profession. And the idea that such a knowable and a known universe of knowledge from which a book could be drawn was seen as a practical construct that was beneficial from the viewpoint of customer service efficiency, and that again goes back to Dewey. That's what Dewey wanted. Dewey. But in counterpoint, others are viewing classification schemas today as a product of individual human effort, thus inherently subjective and political. So for catalogers who are engaging in this, the ethical dilemmas and contradictions of classification, any act of naming or classifying is an act of saying something about the world. And such an act is always done from a particular perspective. So our classification systems have been historically constructed by members of the dominant group and can perpetuate certain biases and stereotypes that harm or exclude others from traditionally marginalized identities. Maintaining a posture of neutrality does not allow for these exclusions to be addressed. So even though classification schemas have been built as objective tools for accessing a stable universe of knowledge, they're now being re-examined as sites of ethical and political work. So here's one dilemma. The assessment librarian is assessing the arrangement and description of a new special collection of materials related to accessibility initiatives at the university. The librarian considers inviting disabled members of the community to be participants in the assessment process, as they could provide a relevant cultural perspective. But the assessment librarian is unsure if it's appropriate to include them, since they're not information professionals and they have no assessment training. Project planning would also be more complicated with community involvement. The assessment librarian ultimately decides not to involve the community members. So in this dilemma, some reflection prompts: what's the likelihood that you would take the same action? Which values are applying here, are operating, and how else could it be resolved? The values here might be participation, democracy, but versus professionalism. So how do we sort of make our way through this and know what is the right thing to do? So I actually don't have those answers. I'm doing all this reading, kind of this research project, to get a sense of what are the right questions to ask and which are the right situations to ask those questions in. Prior tells us that ultimately ethics is about choices. So knowing when the choice is presented and then knowing how to make it. And so I can offer some recommendations for practice just to kind of get us thinking. First is value identification. What are your ideals, your standards, principles, beliefs about the profession? And then where do they come from? Are they drawn from your personal background, to community? Do they come from the tradition of feminism? Do they come from the tradition of disability studies? And then how are you accountable to them? How do you apply them? And if you're not able to achieve them or enact them, what happens then? And so next is ethical attunement, recognizing values and conflicts. So like drawing on my own experience, when I installed the analytics software on the website, I didn't initially recognize that as a dilemma. I want to improve web services, but I also want to help my users achieve privacy. So I didn't really see that at the time. So over time, I've been trying to attune myself to when ethical reflections and points of decision-making arise so that I can make better decisions. And so that can happen through critical self-reflection. So creating a dialogue space for working through difficult situations with trusted colleagues, and ultimately getting to the answer of what's the right decision for you based on your values and in your context. So I just want to finish briefly by highlighting one example of what this looks like in practice. This is an example from the Rockefeller Archive Center in New York State. They have a discovery layer project that they've called Project Electron. And this is so great because they say, they lead by saying that it's a values-driven project. And then they state their values. They've done the work internally to say what they are, and they've published them externally for accountability. They say that their values are to create reproducible and modular deliverables, placing users at the center of the process, supporting archival practices and standards, and supporting data in motion. So this is just a great example because they have said what their values are. Their project team has developed them. Then if they have conflicts or points of decision through their process, they can return to the values and say, which values here are operating, which one's more important, how do we make this decision? And the values can help them know that they're acting ethically for them in their context. Okay, so that brings us to the end. Thank you for listening and watching. So you can find me at these places. I'll be available right after this for a live Q&A. So we'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Scott. And I invite you to unmute yourself and share your video for the Q&A. Zoom webinar does have a Q&A feature. If you are comfortable posting a question to the Q&A, that would be wonderful. You should also feel free to post a chat, although we do encourage you to use the Q&A feature. It helps us moderate it a little bit. We have about 5 minutes for questions.
Great. Well, hi, everyone. Thanks again from my live feed for being here, and thanks again for the organizers for creatively bringing this conference together. I also want to mention that all the references that I included are in the slides. There's a few slides after the thank you slide that includes all the citations.
I'm just double checking our notes doc to see if anyone posted something there.
As you're processing through the presentation and the topics, I'm attending the conference all week, so I'll be available as a attendee and a participant for the rest of the week. So just reach out to talk more about any of this.
We actually have 2 questions that just came in. The first one is, I find it difficult to weigh my desire to please my liaison faculty members in honoring their collection requests against my own personal beliefs. For example, if they request a title I feel might be controversial. So I think it's kind of a question on what to do in those situations. And
that's a great example. Yeah, these attuning ourselves to these dilemmas when they happen are really good, and knowing how to respond. That's a really tough one because coming from 2 really different perspectives, we have our professional values, and then a faculty member could be bringing their own set of values into that same situation. I guess thinking about having dialogue with those faculty members and trying to talk about how to prioritize the values that would lead to an action that could be ethical for everyone. But that's a really tough one. That's the external value systems in conflict example.
The next question is, so do institutional and project values represent an intermediate layer of values between the professional and personal?
Potentially, yeah. Like the Project Electron that I cited at the end, they have their own project team values, which are unique to the work that they're trying to do on that project. And those values in some ways have resonance with professional values and are drawn from their own personal perspectives. So it's cool to see that, but it does complicate things because then you have that many more values potentially in play and potentially competing with each other. So yeah, there are many different sets of values that can come into play. And I think what I'm learning when I'm reading more about practical ethics and professional ethics is like just stating what your values are is really important. And so you know what perspective you're bringing. And so the Foskett quote, I really love that as a counterpoint because as a negative example, because he's basically saying, I don't have any values. I have all values. And we know that now, so many years later, to not be the case. We do have specific values and it's good to name them so we can know how to make decisions that are based on the relevancy of the values that we know we have.
So Christy, our moderator from the previous session, mentioned this already, but in our virtual environment, it's hard to applaud and to give kudos. Scott, I just want to highlight that you're getting quite a few kudos in the chat and also as part of some of the questions. The next question is on about your thoughts on creating a shared values statement for the library.
I am super in favor of that, super in favor of that. You know, that immediately leads to, how do we know we're applying those values? And a really high profile example of that is diversity, equity, and inclusion. Those are becoming common values now, but we're still learning how to effectively activate those values in practice, because so much of our practice has been, in fact, operating to suppress those values. So now we know that we want to put them into place. That's good. But then developing additionally on top of stating the values, how do we actually then put them into practice? How do we know we're doing them? And that, I mentioned it just very briefly, but thinking about accountability, who's accountable to whom for the values? Staff, faculty, administration, students. How do we all know what we're doing together? And if a situation arises where something compels us to act against our values, what happens then? And that's a tricky one. That's a really tricky one. Yeah.
So we have two more questions in our Q&A, but are slightly out of time. I'm going to suggest that we move those questions over to a community notes document. And Scott, if you'd be willing to answer them there, that would be wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
And now our next talk is by Dhanushka Samarakoon on emerging technologies in libraries and its ethical implications. Dhanushka Samarakoon is the head of library technology for the University of Miami Libraries. He manages the units responsible for the library's enterprise applications, computing infrastructure, and audio, video, and event support. Over to you. And I just want to flag, in case you haven't noticed, that you are muted.
Hi, just a minute, let me, I have the session recorded. I just need to stream the audio. So the technology landscape has evolved and changed within the past few decades significantly. As and when things change, these technologies change, we continue to evolve how we do things, the practices and the operations. So at the same time, I think it's important for us to take a step back and recognize the issues that goes along with these new technologies. It's not about avoiding technologies, it's about finding ways to make it work for you. So what are some of the recent developments?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dhanushka, but I believe you may be on mute inadvertently.
We seem to be having some recording issues.
Let me try again. Sorry about that. Hello everyone, my name is Dhanushka Samarakoon, and today I'm going to talk about emerging technologies in libraries and its ethical implications. So the technological landscape has evolved and changed within past few decades significantly. As and when things change, these technologies change, we continue to evolve how we do things, the practices and the operations that goes with it. So at the same time, I think it's important for us to take a step back and recognize the issues that goes along with these new technologies. It's not about avoiding the technologies, it's about finding ways to make it work for you. So what are some of the recent developments? Data mining, machine learning, big data and decision making, these new AI-centric sensory algorithms. These are some hot fields in the hot topics in the field right now. They have been used in the industry for a long time. For example, Amazon, Target, these stores have been collecting data for the past decade or so. And then they mine those data to learn about you and your shopping habits or your browsing habits. That's how they suggest you what to purchase, any trending items. So all of these things have been used with a business motive, because as private corporations, profit is their primary motive. But now these technologies are coming into libraries. So it's important for us to recognize how we can use these technologies to benefit our community. So as a public library, it's important to distinguish between these two. What data can we collect? What is it possible for us to collect, and what we should collect? For example, if you take Google, it collects data about you, about your browsing habits, any reservations that you make, if you upload photos to Google Photos, if you are using Google Maps, your travel data. Once we collect all of these, it provides them with knowledge. It provides them with the knowledge about you. So how do they use this data? Of course, the data could be used for a good purpose or a bad purpose. And in most of these private corporations, they use it to predict market behaviors and maximize the profits. So as a library, what data can we collect? And we have to think about the advantages versus disadvantages of collecting that data. Can we derive patterns and serve our patrons better using this data? And don't forget, we are bound by the patron privacy. It's important for us to maintain that confidentiality of our patrons. So we shouldn't collect everything. Just because you can, just because the technology is there, you shouldn't try to collect all the data. Instead, look at that data carefully and make a decision on what should be collected, what can be used to improve your services while maintaining patron privacy. Sometimes it's not just us, it's external vendors and service providers. We use them oftentimes. For example, for proxy services, or if your library uses the external discovery service, ILS platform, your scholarly repository, this could be hosted by vendors. So anytime when you are using a vendor, I think it's important to think about what data do we send them from those systems, what are they requesting? And what do we expect them to do with that data? For any data that they request, you have to think about, okay, why do they need it? Are they going to use that data to improve functionality? Are they going to use that demographic data to improve the search queries, things like that? And then what could they be doing with that data? Could they be retaining this data forever? What does your contract say? So it's important to review these service agreements and make sure that you understand what these vendors are doing with your data or your patrons' data. So when we're talking about agreements, this is another thing, end user licensing agreements. Most of us agree to these licenses on a regular basis whenever we are installing new software, but it's very hard to actually review those agreements. So this is one good example of that. In earlier days of Amazon Echo, Amazon mentioned that search queries are only processed by machines. Humans do not get involved in that process. But as you can see, some news articles highlighted that Amazon staff has been reviewing these search queries. So someone has been seeing your search queries. So when this was pointed out, this highlighted the fact that it was disclosed in the EULA. And as users, you agree to that. But legality aside, what are the ethics of it? Do we really read these EULAs? And what about Amazon? Do they really think that users read the EULAs? Or do they know that users really don't pay attention to them? So it's about what they actually do versus the general perception that they are trying to create. For example, Facebook, they always say that they have very good security and privacy settings. But whenever they introduce a new setting, why is it that it's always you automatically opted in to a certain program rather than the default being opted out? So that which means you have to make the conscious decision to go look for that setting and turn it off if you want your privacy. And some of these things are very obvious, but not everything. So what are some of the hidden dangers? What are some of these pitfalls when it comes to privacy and security? Some of the issues that we are creating without even thinking about it. Facebook like button. I know some time back when they released this, it was decided that, okay, it's a good for community outreach to promote any events, any news about your library, not just libraries, any institute. So people started incorporating these into their own websites, blogs, in order to provide patrons with easier way of distributing the material. So increase the outreach efforts. But behind the scene, what's happening? You are giving Facebook the ability to track users even on your website. I mean, of course, the users know Facebook is tracking them when you're on the Facebook website. But when you are on the library blog or the library news site, they might not think about it. But the like button works in the back end. It collects the information and sends them back to the Facebook servers. So users are being tracked even though they are not in the Facebook site anymore. And even if they don't click on that button, they are still being tracked. And same thing with the tweets. These embedded tweets, this is another example. They go through the same process. They try to track you. So if you are embedding any external code into your site, I think it's important to make sure that you understand what you are including in your code. How is it that it's impacting the patrons? Again, another point is free Wi-Fi hotspots can track your location even when you aren't connected. I mean, nowadays, if you go to a mall or a hotel or a conference facility, all of these places have Wi-Fi access points to provide you Wi-Fi. In addition to that, sometimes there are Bluetooth beacons. These are used to track the users or track the individuals walking physically in the building, to track their movements in order to identify high traffic areas. So these are very good technologies. For example, if you implement it at a library, then you can identify which areas get used the most, and you can incorporate this information into decision making. But at the same time, we have to think about it. What are we going to do with the data? Are we sharing it with any external parties? Is it ethical to do so? Should we just put up a disclaimer saying that your physical location is being tracked when you are in the library? So it's not about doing it or deciding not to do it. It's about thinking through things and making a rational, very informed decision when it comes to these things. Same thing with Google Analytics. It's a very good tool. A lot of institutes use it to identify which pages are popular, how users are using your website. But again, on the back end, you are providing browsing habits of your users, your patrons, to Google. And Google is using that to improve their advertising strategies. So when it comes to decision making, these predictive analysis tools, they have been popping up now more and more. And it could be used well at a library, but again, it's not always black or white how these things behave. So does anyone think when it comes to Netflix, it really doesn't know what you like to watch? The suggestions are not that good. This is especially significant if you are into very not very well-known genres. If you are watching foreign films, for example. What Netflix does is it starts suggesting you other movies from that same language. But it won't do the same for English movies. Why is that? It's because when it comes to the data set, non-English movies, they are very limited data sets. So if you are watching a French movie or African movie, then Netflix thinks it lumps all of these movies into a single category, and it associates a bias towards that based on how you watch. But if you are watching English movies, it doesn't suggest another movie just because it's English. It knows that there are multiple genres. There are things one person could be interested in a comedy, another person could be interested in action. So the data biases come into this data. So if you are using AI for risk analysis, that's another thing. In the past, when humans have been doing or assessing creditworthiness of individuals, they might have used discriminatory biased algorithms to make these decisions. Now, if you are basing off those decisions, like if you are using these past data sets to train machines to make decisions, machine is going to have the same biases because it's looking at the past data, which is already biased. So here's another thing with smaller data sets. When people tag images as a form of mockery, machine doesn't know. Machine can't distinguish it from real data. So what's happening is if the data set is not diverse enough, it's going to perpetuate these data sets or decisions that people mistake and bring them into the foreground. I know a lot of you are probably aware of the current issues with the Library of Congress subject headings. So again, if you are bringing the same issues that existed before these new technologies as it is, then you are just moving the same issues but to a new platform. It really won't change things. And what about automation? Here's a good example. In one of the previous Martin Luther King days, Library of Congress tweeted about a Confederate leader. Now, this was done unintentionally, but it still created uproar in the community. It was an automated bot tweeting random articles, but it was bad timing on how that happened. LOC apologized for the incident, and they mentioned that tweets were automated. But at the same time, now the damage has been done. You have alienated some of your patrons, and it will tarnish the reputation of the organization. So what's next? So this is not about being scared of new technologies. This technology will continue to evolve, and we should evolve with it. At the same time, I think it's important for us to recognize the issues and find ways to avoid those issues. How do we make the technology work for us? How do we make the best of it? So with that being said, thank you everyone. I would like to pose a question to the audience. What are some of the issues that you have seen with technologies in your own organizations? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Dhanushka, I believe that you are here with us and you've unmuted yourself and your video is on. So if anyone has any questions, please do post them in the question and answer box. I am not seeing anything yet, but you are getting some thank yous in the chat. And just a reminder that you can post the question to the Q&A, or you can post it to a notes document if you'd like it answered asynchronously later. Does anyone want to unmute themselves and answer the question that was posed? Oh, I'm seeing questions come in. So the first question is about an interesting debate, although this seems like more of a comment. Perhaps we can get your insight into that in the notes document. I'm going to move on to the second question. In library school many years ago, I was surprised to learn that libraries were all using the LC catalog records and downloading them for local use. Efficient, economic, no more local cataloging was happening. All those subject headings applied by the LC. Your talk brings back this memory I had as a librarian in training, and I found myself questioning the loss of local perspectives adding their subject headings. Do you have any thoughts on this point?
Yeah, I think that's a great topic. If you remember the recent, not even a recent discussion, a few years back, the discussion happened with changing LC subject heading, I believe the illegal immigrant to undocumented immigrant, the discussion surrounding that, and the opposing parties' arguments, all of that. So it's important for us to have those discussions. I think when I saw in one of the previous, if I remember, Code Colleagues, one of the keynote speakers were talking about, I think she was partly Native American, how she was talking about when these special collection materials, descriptions, how Native Americans have been posed in a bad light. It's a good example is she portrayed the image or a painting saying Native Americans attacking a group of military or some description. But what she was trying to highlight is just reverse the roles and use narrative changes. So it's important to keep those discussions. I know it's a slow change, but it's we need to have those discussions in order to move forward.
I think we can take a couple more questions. Can you talk about examples of how you've considered and responded to ethical implications of tech you've adopted in your library?
Yeah. So one of the most important thing is, of course, in libraries, we use a lot of vendors. And when we are working with these vendors, I think it's important for us to look at how they are processing information, what sort of access are they requesting. For example, are they requesting full access to all the student information? If that's the case, then we should talk to them and see what's the purpose behind that, how each and individual piece of information is being used. Another example would be if you are working with, let's say you are building up a digital collection, and there are these categorization issues. One example is in a past data set that I've encountered working with the digital library. It's always in terms of tagging the photographs, the white individuals had names in these photos, whereas all the Native Americans, so it would say Father, let's say Edward, with a Native American chief. So both individuals are not being represented at the same level. So in those instances, I mean, how we bring technology is we provide a comment field. Okay, if you know more about this photo, if you know about the history of this Native American tribe, provide us the information. we are happy to incorporate that. So that's how we bring technology into solving, I wouldn't say solving, but at least trying to solve these problems.
Thank you. Another question that we have is an issue around maintaining technology. We have a mix of very old technology and somewhat old technology and are looking to purchase new tech to support our students, such as cameras, hotspots, webcams. But we are finding it difficult to maintain and keep everything current. So how do these things intersect?
So I think in terms of just technology fleet management, yeah, I mean, all of us go through the same issues, but if you are specifically asking about the privacy implications of these things, then one thing to look for is when you are getting equipment, are they subscription based? If you have a hotspot, does that run independently on your network, or does the manufacturer have a backdoor to it? And same with cameras. Are these web-connected cameras that the stream goes to manufacturer's servers and then you download the stream from there? In that instance, I'm talking about security cameras, but how does the information flow? So it's important to look at the technology that you are interested in purchasing.
Okay, and I think we have time for one more question, which is about the LC incident. What was the approach people thought should have been taken instead? Could you share your thoughts on that? And another thank you for the talk.
So if you are talking about the one that I had in the slide about the Twitter bot, I think it's hard because one way to avoid that would have been having a manual intervention where the bot schedules a tweet, but someone needs to manually go and look at it and approve it. But then again, by doing that, you're taking time away from someone's work, and someone has to be on top of things and process it. Then at the same time, if that individual is not I mean, if they don't know the full domain of the topic that's in the Twitter, that's in the tweet, then it's hard for them to decide whether to publish it or not. So I don't think there's a good answer for that. It's just a matter of thinking about these issues before they happen, and what's your course of action? Should you do it fully automatically and let them know, or publish a disclaimer along with that? No one has reviewed these are automatic. Is that the correct approach, or would you rather have someone manually review it? So I'm not suggesting one way or the other. I'm just saying there are these pitfalls. Just think about it before you go live with platforms.
Thank you so much. And we are out of time. So we are moving on to the next presentation, which is by Shelley Gullickson. Apologies, Shelley, you sent us our pronunciation. The topic of the presentation is web librarians who do UX. We're sad, so very, very sad. Shelley is a web librarian at Carleton University Library, and she is apparently not very good at writing bios, but it seems like a great bio. Over to you, James. This is also a pre-recorded talk. And James, we are seeing a Twitter feed.
Last year, I was doing interviews with library people who do user experience work. And I noticed that people who were focused primarily on the web had the most negative comments and the fewest positive comments overall. It made me think of a song from Scott Pilgrim, the comic and the movie. I am so sad. I am so very, very sad. So that's the title. And I say we are so sad because I am also a web librarian who does UX. And the things I heard in those interviews seemed pretty familiar. Now, I want to say that although the title and the visuals of this presentation are based around a comic, I'm really not trying to be flip. A lot of the people who I talked to were very open about being pretty unhappy. So not everyone was unhappy, but the people who were struggling and those who seemed pretty positive actually had quite a lot in common. So here are some quotes from people who were generally pretty positive. How much can I do that no one will block me from doing? Why am I really here then if I'm just moving things around the page? I keep feedback for promotion purposes, but also not being sad purposes. And from the not so positive, you're violating every good norm of website development. They think their opinion is just as good as anyone else's opinion. That can definitely demoralize you. I bounce back and forth between, for my own sanity's sake, needing to be apathetic about it, saying, can't change this, therefore I can't be stressed about it. But also on the other hand, caring that we have crappy stuff out there and wanting to improve it. It is what it is. There's lots of other things to be disappointed by. Heartbreaking, right? So why is this the case? Well, first, a tiny bit of background on the research project. So the aim of the project was to look at how UX work is structured and supported in academic libraries, and then look at the supports in the context of the structures. So I did hour-long semi-structured interviews with 30 people in academic libraries from 5 countries: Canada, the US, the UK, Sweden, and Norway. These were library workers who do UX, so not necessarily librarians, and not necessarily people in UX positions. The frustrations of the web folks were particularly striking because I didn't ask a question about frustrations. I asked what supports were helpful and what would be helpful. So admittedly, asking what would be helpful is going to bring up deficiencies, but I didn't ask what supports were missing or what they found frustrating in their work. And again, the web folks talked more about frustrations and difficulties than participants who didn't have a web focus. So let's dig in a bit. Why specifically are we so sad? So first off, I think we have a tendency to want to think big, do more. So here's one participant saying, that's what motivates me. The opportunity to really sit down, talk, observe, have a conversation with our users, how they approach the website, how they approach the research process, how they approach finding out about our services, and then how we in turn can better highlight our resources, how we can better highlight our collections, our services. If I see people struggling with things, I want to make them better. I don't want UX to be just a website thing. I don't want people to think of it, oh, it's just a web thing. I want it to be in everything. I just see lots of potential all the time. I see potential everywhere, the whole library. I see things we could do that would enhance things. And to me, that doesn't sound sad, right? There's energy and excitement in those words. But contrast it with, why am I really here then if I'm just moving things around the page? I'm trying to get deeper. I'm trying to get a better understanding. It's not just a matter of moving things around. The web people who do UX are, I think, well positioned and maybe uniquely positioned to see big picture problems around the library. So one participant told me they found that users were confused about the circulation section of the website because there were 18 different policies underlying it. So they could rewrite the web content, but they couldn't do anything about that underlying spaghetti of policies. Another participant said that users found the floor maps on their website confusing, specifically the language on the maps. But the language on the maps mirrored the language used in the signage in the library building. So this person could make the language on the floor maps clearer, but they couldn't do anything about the signage. So I think we see these problems and we naturally want to solve them. We get excited about the potential to make things better. And we chafe against having to think smaller and do less. Which brings us to lack of authority. So the lack of authority often comes up around those larger library issues. And one participant put it this way: the UX work is actually informing something else to happen, whether that's a space being reorganized or a web page being redesigned. The UX work is informing this other work, right? So it would be easier for me to do the UX work if I could actually do the work that it's informing. Another person was even having problems at the research stage. I'd like to have the authority and freedom to actively engage with users. And someone else, in talking specifically about their web work, said, nobody tries to stop me. And the implication there, I think, being that people do try to stop them when they try to do other things. But for many participants, there was a lack of authority even when dealing with a library website. The web team doesn't feel like they can really make changes without consult with everybody, even though the web team has web expertise. Just because I'm our internal expert on this stuff doesn't mean I can persuade everybody. There's too much of a sense that these things have to be decided by consensus. Everyone feels like they should have the right to declare how databases should work, how links should be configured, things like that. Each library unit feels they have the right to do whatever they want with their content and their presentation. I'm happy to draw up more guidelines and stuff like that, but if I'm not allowed to enforce that, it's hard to keep things together when you just have to go hat in hand to people and say, pretty please, stop breaking the guidelines. And one participant described how having no authority for the one thing they were responsible made them feel. Of course, that has stymied my initiative, not to mention my disposition, my purpose even. Another frustration that came through was resistance from colleagues. Now, a few comments have already touched on colleagues ignoring expertise, but resistance comes through in other ways. So one participant described how they always approach a particular department. I'm treading very slowly and carefully and choosing my words very carefully. Another said, are they deliberately killing the idea but trying to avoid being disagreeable about it, but just letting it die from attrition? Or do they really actually mean it when they say they agree with the idea in principle, but just don't want to be bothered to follow through? I don't know. I can't tell the difference. And these are things that participants were told by their colleagues. So a manager said that staff felt unfairly targeted by their work. And on opposing some changes to the library website, they heard, we have to keep it this way because we teach it this way. And similarly, it's our job to teach people how to use, not our job to make it easier to use. So, not surprisingly, these kinds of things make us feel isolated. Oops. There we go. And feelings of isolation come through in a few ways. Some participants feel like they are completely on their own when deciding where to focus their attention. This is one participant talking about being new in their position. I remember asking for if there were any focuses they wanted to focus on. They said, no, there's nothing. We don't have any direction for you to go in. And that lack of direction is often coupled with not having colleagues who do the same work. It's really me and up to me to figure out where to focus my attention by myself. So sometimes having someone to bounce ideas off and talk things through with would be nice. And when no one else does what you do, sometimes that's a barrier if I'm the expert and other people don't really know what I'm talking about. So, isolation, having to think small and do less, resistance from colleagues, and lack of authority. Yeah, no wonder we feel a bit sad. So, what are my takeaways? Well, I think we need to find our people. UX folks who worked with groups of colleagues were more positive about their work. However, people who tried to do UX work with non-UX committees were even more negative than people who had no group at all. So we can't just look for anybody. We have to find the right people. I wrote an article about the larger research project that was published in Weave earlier this month. And in it, one of my recommendations was to try and move beyond the website. But I want to say here that moving beyond the website is not a panacea. I talked to one person who had great success in UX on the website and in other digital projects. And they wanted to embed UX throughout the library, and they had management support to do it. But after continued resistance from colleagues, they realized they weren't going to be able to make it work. So they decided to move to a completely different area of the library and do completely different work. So this brings me to my next point. Advocacy. So advocacy is really important, absolutely. But when we're not getting buy-in, we need to look at next steps. Do we need to change our tactics? Would it be better to have somebody else advocate on our behalf? Do we need to wait for a change of leadership? Or, as a few participants said, a few retirements? At a certain point, do we give up? Or do we get out? Because advocacy doesn't always work. And if it's not working, we shouldn't keep banging our head against that post, right? So ultimately, I think we need to be clear about authority. We need to understand how authority works in our own library, not just who can help us, who can block us, but are there organizational structures that confer authority? Is it better to chair a committee or a working group, for example? Then we need a clear understanding of what our own authority is within our organization. Maybe we underestimate the authority we have, maybe not, but we need to be clear before we get to this next step, which is we need to clearly understand our own tolerance for doing work that will never be acted on. The report that sits in the drawer. If our tolerance is low, if it's upsetting to have our work ignored, then we need to stick very closely to our own sphere of authority. We have to dream within that sphere or burn out. Dream small or burn out is an exceptionally grim note to end on. But these frustrations are largely beyond one person's control. If you're feeling so very, very sad because of some of these things, it's not just you. The fact that these issues were common to web folks, regardless of how they felt about their work, suggests that the positions are prone to these kinds of frustrations. Now, I wish I had some ideas of how to fix it. That would be a great way to end. But I really don't. But I'm hoping that some of you do. And if you do, please add your ideas to the chat, tweet at me, email me. I'll gather it all in one blog post so it's all in one spot. I hope that web people are not doomed to be so very, very sad. I think we can change it. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Shelley. And I think you're with us. If you'd like to unmute yourself and turn your video on, you're welcome to do so for the Q&A. First of all, I just want to say that the back channel is buzzing with people who are relating to this. And as a former UX librarian myself, yep. So the Q&A takes a couple minutes for things to start rolling in. Thank you so much for your talk. Just a reminder that if anyone has questions, now is the time to put them into the Q&A box at the bottom of the screen. If we run out of time, we'll just move any questions that are left over to our community notes document. I did see a comment about in our chat that wasn't really a question, but maybe you have thoughts on it, around whether or not other types of library workers have this experience of needing to leave the profession in order to do UX work. Is this something that you have any thoughts on?
Well, again, I think what I found interesting was that it was mostly, not exclusively, but it was more the people who did web and UX who seemed to have the hardest time. People who were doing UX and say access services work didn't seem to have those same issues. I mean, obviously not everybody's happy all the time. There is a great companion article in Weave this month about UX librarians in general being a little sad, having some issues around values. But it did make me, the thing about lack of authority and isolation, some of those themes made me really wonder about functional librarians. And I think I saw something go by in the chat too about wondering if other functional librarians have that same, have some of the same feelings. And I think that would be really interesting to look at. I'm pretty sure it would be true.
Thank you. We have a question that just came in. Thank you so much for this talk. These issues are shared not just among UX folks, but also among digital preservation archives and other library workers, pointing to the reality that academic libraries are trash workplaces. Did your respondents have anything to say about supports available to them as workers for the protection of dignity at work, and also mechanisms for changing the workplace rather than making it an individual choice about whether to stay or burn out or leave?
Yeah, I think on the UX side, for sure, it seemed like the people who had UX committees or groups of colleagues who did the work together, they seemed to be more positive about the impact that they were making, and seemed to feel better about the work that they were doing. I think that isolating feeling is huge, and that lack of authority feeling is also really big. And I think if you have other colleagues surrounding you, obviously you're not going to feel as isolated, but I think you can get around some of that lack of authority because there's more of you moving in the same direction together. So that finding your people, but also not just finding your people, but finding your people sort of within the structure of the organization in a way that you can actually do work that's going to matter. Yeah, I think that would be.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the audience? I'm just going to quickly check our other channels in case something's happening on Slack.
I'm really looking forward to reading through the chat.
We have another question. Did you notice any interesting differences between UX librarians from Canada versus other countries in which your respondees are working?
There seemed to be a North America, Europe, UK difference, in that I'm trying to think if there were any. I don't think there was anybody in the UK, Norway, or Sweden who was in a fully UX position. Even the people who were doing a lot of UX work had other parts to their job. And that fully UX position seemed to be more in Canada and the US. And the web folks seem to be more in Canada and the US. I think web folks moving into UX seems to be more of a North American thing. And in the UK in particular, it does seem to be more in that access services side of the library. In the Scandinavian countries, it's a bit of a mix, but that was a bit of an interesting divide, I thought. Yeah.
We have a comment in the questions around creating a strongly worded terms of reference template that UX folks could use to form their own working groups or committees. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, or what that might look like.
I have no idea. But anything structural, I think it's really important. And in the article I wrote for Weave, that was one of the things that really, one of the points that I really try to make there is that it's very important to put in structural supports and have this work not just be kind of ad hoc, or I guess, again, in the North American context where you often have a UX position and it's sort of just up to you and you do all the work. That feels structural, but it isn't really, because it's just you doing your job, right? And you can't really have an effect on anything else that's going on in the library. So building in anything else structural to let you do that work, I think is really important.
I just want to highlight again that on all channels, there is resounding agreement with a lot of what you are saying. And there's a conversation in our chat around how long it takes for kind of expertise to get recognized, how many years it takes. And if you have any thoughts on that, that would be a great thing to discuss. We're not seeing any other questions come in, but if you have a question, please post it. We have a couple more minutes.
Yeah, around years of expertise, it was interesting. I looked at a lot of demographic information with this research, and none of it made interesting. When I analyzed it, nothing was interesting, right? So that's not a great way to say that, but like years of experience didn't seem to have any effect on anything, either personal years of experience or years of experience of UX in the library. So some places had UX work going on for years and years and years and years, and they still, there still wasn't much impact and people weren't happy. But in other places where they'd had UX for years and years and years, there was impact and people were like, those demographics didn't correlate with anything, which I thought was really interesting. So years didn't seem to matter.
Okay, and we are out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to the next talk, which is a panel. And the panel is on logistics, the technologies and people that manage our stuff. The presenters are Jordan Hale, who is a digital repositories librarian at the University of Waterloo, and reminds you that there is no such thing as free delivery. Max Bauman from Colby College, Gillian Byrne from Toronto Public Library, Dustin McMurphy from University of Toronto, and Mike Campbell from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Jordan, over to you.
All right, thank you. Just a little mic check. Can you all hear me?
Absolutely.
Excellent. Dustin and Gillian and Max. Y'all good?
Oh, good. Hello.
Hello, Gillian.
Hello.
You might want to mute there, Dustin. And Max, y'all here?
Yes, I'm here.
And Jillian, you may want to grab some headphones if you have some nearby. There was a bit of feedback we got on your end.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank you all for coming to our panel this afternoon, Logistics, the people and technologies that manage our stuff, which will begin with introductions of our panelists. So my name is Jordan Hale. I am the Digital Repositories Librarian at the University of Waterloo, and my pronouns are they, them, theirs. Max.
Hi there, my name is Max Bowman. I'm the Assistant Director for Public Services at Colby College, and my pronouns are they, them.
Gillian.
Trying again. Better? Awesome.
Yes, that's awesome. Thank you.
I'm on my 4th device trying to make this work, so we'll try to make it work. I'm Gillian Byrne, she, her, manager of the Toronto Reference Library at Toronto Public Library.
And Dustin.
Hello, my name is Dustin McMurphy. My pronouns are he, him. I come from a background of retail and wholesale distribution, and I've been working at Robarts Library, University of Toronto for the last 3 years in the mailroom, and now in the Media Commons User Services Desk.
Thank you. Sadly, our 5th panelist, Mike Campbell from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, lost a loved one last week and is not in attendance today. We'd like to send him and his family all of our love and sympathies right now and acknowledge him as a full participant in this panel. As former colleagues and friends, Max has offered to step in and answer some of the questions that we had planned to ask Mike today. So Max, would you like to speak to this a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So I will do my best to answer. So Mike and I worked together for about 9 years. So I'll do my best to answer some of the questions. And then, I've wrestled a little bit with like what to share in terms of Mike's experiences. There were some things that he was going to talk about specifically, conversations that we had that relate to identity and logistics work. So I'll do that at least in small part.
Thank you. I would like to acknowledge that today, 3 of us are speaking to you from the traditional territories of the Wendat, Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. And this place now known as Toronto is home to Indigenous peoples from all across Turtle Island. And we gratefully and respectfully appreciate the opportunity to work on this land. Max is speaking to us today from the territory of the Wabanaki Confederacy, comprised of the Penobscot, Passamaquoddy, Maliseet, and Mi'kmaq people. For those of you who may not be aware, a number of acts of domestic terrorism have been committed by settlers on Mi'kmaq lobster fishers over the last 3 weeks as they seek to exercise their treaty rights to sustain themselves. So now we encourage you to keep an eye on what's going on in Mi'kmaq, Nova Scotia via APTN right now, while keeping a critical eye on how it's being reported in non-native media. Contribute financially to the immediate needs of these water defenders, and call or write to your MPs to demand that their treaty rights be respected and upheld. I also want to recognize that as of 12:01 a.m. this morning, support staff at the University of Ottawa, including their library staff and their shipping and receiving workers, are on strike, and I want to recognize them here in solidarity. I'd like you to keep them in mind through this presentation and consider what cuts to their health benefits, retirement entitlements, parental leaves, and staffing numbers will have on them as individuals and as an occupational community, particularly during a time of increased complexity of library services. And before we begin, in the interests of full disclosure, I would like to note that one of our panelists is my partner, the cute one. No. All of our panelists are very cute. Dustin McMurphy is my partner. We first met as staff colleagues at the University of Toronto Libraries when he was working in the shipping and receiving department, and I was finishing up library school while working in the map and data library. As we both had a passion for systems and logistics, we spent unbelievable amounts of time discussing how things that ended up in the library got there and where they came from. My very last assignment in library school asked me to evaluate an information system. So I evaluated the shipping and receiving department that he worked in. And I had a feeling that I was going to get my assignment back with a note from the TA saying, oh, a mailroom's not an information system. So I began my paper seeking to shut this down from the outset. I began my paper with the following quote: "When you control the mail, you control information." Let's get this started. Max, when you were working in resource sharing, tell us what an average day looked like for you. How many people did you help? What kind of contact do you have with them? And what part of the job did you enjoy the most? Just to be clear, this was one of the questions that Max is going to be answering on behalf of Mike. So go ahead, Max.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's fairly easy to answer that question, only because when Mike and I worked together, we shared an office, like an open office, but we were pretty much there in the room together. So I was usually on the borrowing side and Mike on the lending side. We would help, I would say, hundreds of folks per day. We worked in the health sciences, so the flow of information, I came from a small private liberal arts, and what I realized pretty quickly is that when you work in health sciences, the flow of information happens so much more quickly, and the expectations that it happen quickly, people expect things to be very speedy. A lot of content is digital. So we would help folks, probably 100 folks a day, hundreds of folks per day, both, externally and internally, so that, internally we served 5 health affairs schools. So it's pretty extensive, and there were anywhere from 2 to 3 of us at any one time. And so a typical day looked like, it could look like pulling. So going out into the stacks and pulling, it was processing requests. Anything that we could do digitally, we did that first. Then we were pulling and then the logistics of mailing things out. But mixed in with all of that is, helping, resource sharing. One of my favorite parts about it is that it relies on the collective. So we're helping not only people internal to UNC, but external as well. And it's like, that's my favorite part about resource sharing, is because it's a model for the rest of libraries working together to get things done. Your patrons are my patrons, and then we just kind of do that work. And so a lot of it was helping people all day long that we never saw. As I can attest to being called like Mr. Bowman so many times, nobody ever knew who we were necessarily. So a lot of our communication was digital, but it still happened throughout the day, all day, every day. That's probably, to this day, it's probably been the busiest job that I've ever had from start to finish. And I think Mike can attest to that, or would attest to that as well.
Thank you. So Jillian, you're a manager at the largest branch of one of the world's largest public library systems. What's the thing you were most awestruck by when you started working there?
Gosh, okay. So a little bit of quick background is that I've worked at Memorial University, I've worked at Ryerson University, I have worked I have managed a library consortium. And with that history of experience in academics, my first thing about TRL specifically was, oh boy, it's big. It's just big. I've worked in libraries with larger physical collections and larger sort of space footprints. But we have 100 employees under one roof. We have 6 service desks. We have over 6 million physical items, most of which are reference only, so only to be referred to in site. And pre-pandemic, we averaged around 2,000 to 3,000 visits a day. And then when you think about TPL is also a giant system within its own, 100 branches. We have a super cool purpose-built distribution center in Scarborough that has a automatic sorter the size of a football field. We fulfill like 4.5 million holds a year. It's just big. And so the complexity of the operation posed a lot of new challenges for me. One of which is its very unique mandate. So it's unique within TPL and possibly within Canada as a reference and research library dedicated to the public. But the community it serves is basically narrowed down to the 3.5-ish million Toronto residents. So it's not like it reports up to a university. It's not like there is an overarching sort of body that you're reacting to in terms of your collections and services. It's the entire citizenry of Toronto. And so that raises some interesting logistics stuff when you're that unique and that big. And so the example I often start off with, which is super low stakes, but I think illustrative, is when I first arrived and the department heads took me through the floors, you tend to get a sense of sort of the long-standing issues that they haven't been able to make a lot of traction on, and they try to sell you on, their vision for their floors, and you have to sort of listen, but you don't know enough to know where the edges are and what's impacting other things and what's a very good idea and maybe what's not. But one of the things that was consistent across our subject floors, and there are 4 of them, was that we used to have sorting shelves. So that meant when something got used, it got put on a truck, then it got arranged on a sorting shelf, it got taken off the sorting shelf when there was time, and then shelved back where it belonged. We did, long before my time, there was a Lean Six Sigma efficiency review of the services. And one of the things it highlighted is that was a lot of touching of the material. Fair enough, right? It's got to go on a truck, on a shelf, on a truck, on a shelf. So the solution was to get rid of the sorting shelves and just use the trucks to keep books where they needed to be until they got reshelved. The issue is that perhaps not enough attention was paid to the fact that we are a reference library, which means people travel great distances, assuming that what they need is here and findable. So when we lost the sorting shelves, we lost the ability to quickly find stuff that wasn't where it was supposed to be, because the sorting shelves, of course, were in order. So it wasn't really working for the customers, but you're like, okay, that's all right. There's some efficiencies in operations here. But then when you talk to the staff who are responsible for the shelving, sorting material on a book cart is deeply irritating and actually physically debilitating, because you're constantly bending over, you're trying to figure out where things are, whereas opposed to actually putting things on a shelf and putting them in order on a shelf was way more efficient and effective. So we had this process that wasn't working for our customers, wasn't working for our staff, but it was considered efficient. And so I had a lot of challenges trying to convince people that, you know, it's not really efficient. And if it is efficient, it's not terribly effective. So after 3 years, I got the shelves back. So win for me. But it made me understand the complexities of this operation, because there's a lot of legacy, a lot of politics, and a lot of stakeholders. I'm involved in a lot of operational decisions, which maybe I wouldn't have been in previous academic roles. So really digging down into those quote unquote efficiencies and weighing effectiveness of decisions versus efficiencies when it comes to sort of the logistical operation is not something I ever thought I had a passion and or understanding of, but is definitely something that I am awestruck of in its complexity here. And I do actually have a passion now, apparently. Great.
Yay, thanks, Jillian. All right, Max, back to you as Max. Tell us about your career so far and how you came to be in your present role.
It actually very much relates to Jillian's story. So it has there's a lot of correlations there, because I remember, so I have this running joke about my career because I spent 17 years, I'm very much informed by spending 17 years in academic libraries as staff. So I didn't finish an MLS until 2017, and I often joke that that was 100% fueled by spite. And I actually think spite is probably too strong a word, maybe a little bit bitter every once in a while. But I remember being at a service point one day at UNC and saying to the person next to me, I turned to them next to me and I was like, I think I just need to be in charge, which for me is that's like a huge revelation, because I had never wanted to be a manager. I had been working for 17 years as staff and had largely been, you know, I've had supportive supervisors, not always, but, you know, in large part. But, you know, what Jillian said is that I realized that I no longer wanted to work for folks who had no connection to the work that I was doing. You know, sometimes people hadn't been practitioners of the same kinds of work for 30 years. And so I'm trying to advocate on behalf of myself and for everyone, you know, the folks in our department. You know, I'm not leading anyone, but I'm trying to advocate for them. And it's really hard to do because the people that were leading me hadn't done that work and didn't really have a connection to it. And so I think I was very much impacted by that. So that's like the funny sort of spite part of things. And when I got out of grad school, you know, I really quickly said, like, you know, I didn't listen to my gut necessarily. So I ended up in a place where I wasn't necessarily leading. I was leading like our tiny group. But I left within 2 years because, again, I faced the same situation. And so I joke now that I have picked a heck of a time to lead a public services department. I was only in my role 6 months before the pandemic. We were moved off campus. But at the same time, I feel incredibly grateful that I have supportive administration, and so that I looked for a position in which public services, if I was going to be in public services, because I will say I've spent most of my career in tech services, but if I was going to be in charge, I wanted to have access to a leadership team and have access to administration and all of those things, and that has paid off incredibly well during this time, because I was able to say, okay, you know, if I have 7 folks and those folks are going to be in the building during this, you know, I have we have access to testing and lots of support, but I was also able to say, no, we can't do these hours. Here's what we can do. We're responsible for the most, you know, all of the essential services. And so with the team that I lead, I was able to advocate for us, and all of those things, nearly everything that I asked for, we got, and I'm incredibly thankful for that. But I often think, like, if I had been led by the people who had led me, I don't know that they would have known what to ask for and knew what was reasonable or what wasn't. And so for me, that's 100% why I am where I am right now, because I was like, I have to be able to advocate for myself and other groups who are doing this kind of work, because it's incredibly important, and it often gets short shrift.
Great, thanks, Max. Okay, Dustin, You came to work in libraries after many years working in global supply chains and operations, taking a job on the loading dock of the country's biggest academic library system. Here's a map of all the places Dustin has shipped books with nothing getting lost or damaged in transit. So what part of working in libraries has felt the most natural given your previous expertise?
I think a common thread in my work history has been making physical spaces and processes conform to any given business models. Sometimes I've been able to work from a completely blank slate, setting up brand new warehouses, but for the most part, it has been reconfiguring warehousing space in old brick buildings to accommodate modern demands. By nature, a library has very similar demands and goes through a lot of big and little changes as they find themselves new challenges and purposes. The movement of materials to and through these spaces by this point is second nature to me now. And I think this creates a comfortable fit for me, both in the mailroom and in my new role in the Media Commons User Services Desk. I'm also accustomed to a very dynamic work environment, as is the case in small and medium businesses. There are always POS and ILS migrations, space reconfigurations, and departmental amalgamations. Some of these things can be really uncomfortable if one isn't accustomed to change, but I'm happy to say that this has prepared me for my current role, in that there is a new spatial reconfiguration happening in our department right now. We do have a new LIS implementation happening, and our department has also totally changed in the last year since I've been here as well. So was very ready for that. Customer service is also the big continuing thread in my career, and being able to treat students, staff, and faculty to the same courtesies really helps with working at the user services desks that I am now. But I always thought that my work in the mailroom to be customer focused, even though it was always hyper focused on internal departments. It's always easy to fixate on how to make an experience better this way, whether it's for resource sharing department that brought us our outgoing books every day, any library staff that needed advice for mailing materials, or even letting the carriers that we saw every day use the shipping washroom.
Thank you. I was talking to another librarian who was concerned about their materials, their materials suddenly becoming part of a wider resource sharing consortium, and they were worried about items getting damaged or lost in transit. And I think that that really kind of casts doubt on just how professional all of our colleagues are, including the ones in the mailrooms, because we're going to come back to this a little later, but shipping is an art form, and it is one that can injure you easily. And I really think that when you make assumptions that things are going to be damaged in transit, that's really not respecting the work of our shipping and receiving colleagues, the way that we would make the same assumption that an MLIS holding librarian could do the job flawlessly. Anyways, Max, back to Max, you've expressed how much you genuinely enjoy the processing and work delegated to staff, and how you wish you got to enjoy more of that, while also working in a department that's typically the domain of non-librarian staff. What suggestions do you have for librarians supervising collections and logistics work?
I have so many suggestions. For myself, I am fortunate to be able to, I am the only assistant director in our library who leads a department of all staff. So I am fortunate in that I can hop in sometimes and help with the work. And so I'd say that's the biggest part of it for me, is that if you're leading folks who are doing this kind of work, your position should not necessarily be discrete from that work. I think that there are, like, I can do both. And this is something that I often talk with my supervisor about, and my supervisor is constantly trying to sort of get me out of the weeds. But I always am sort of pushing back and saying, like, some of my job is just in the weeds. If I know the weeds, then when somebody tells me something, like, I have a better idea of what's happening around me. I have a better idea of the whole. And that doesn't mean like I have no interest in micromanaging, but it does mean that I want to be able to help and assist. And also, I like I said, I'm very informed by spending 17 years as staff. So I don't usually, I never ask anybody to do something that I'm not also willing to do. But if you are, if you're leading staff and you're not necessarily sure what they're doing, I would say make sure you're listening really, really well. Make sure that I've been led by lots of people who had absolutely no idea how I completed my work, but weren't always as adept at listening when I would make suggestions about how things needed to change. And so I will say, like, if you find yourself in that place of leading folks and you're not exactly sure how they, how or what they do, like the mail, like that's a pretty amazing part of a job, getting things to and from. Anyone who's worked resource sharing can tell you that it's incredibly complex. So make sure that you listen. I am fortunate enough to be able to talk about, everyone's work and kind of know mostly what's going on, not always. But I've just sort of coached myself through, like, if I don't know what's going on, then that person is telling me, and it's my responsibility to sort of trust that person, and we can work through that together. But so I would say just be involved and make sure you're listening, especially if you have not touched some, a similar kind of work in 30 years or 20 years.
Thanks, Max. All right, Dustin. Last year, you moved into another role in the library, working the audiovisual and short-term loans desk, one of the busiest service points in the library. And I just want to note that it was the audiovisual desk first, and then suddenly, right before the semester started, it became the short-term and tech loans desk as well. So overnight, it became one of the busiest service points in the library. How was this transition from back of house to front of house work? And what surprised you about it?
There were a few pleasant surprises, actually. One, I love desk stats. I feel like I'm very removed from their final purposes, but I do like to ensure that they're complete. And with that said, one of the services that the desk provides now was made clear by desk stats. There was a reoccurring practice that just didn't fit into any of the check boxes. And that was couriers would come to pick up materials for the media archives. And they were likely contracted by donors or a borrower or a vendor that was going to be looking at the materials, but it became clear that there should be a record of these materials leaving this pickup point. And this is where I was able to apply some mailroom conventions to the desk. We made a pickup log of all of the materials to keep track of at least which courier was taking what packages and when. And it just so happens that this log might prove to be fairly valuable after a 6-month shutdown of the library. I don't think folks will have to strain as hard to dig through emails to find courier arrangements that were made in the before times. Also, considering that the entire layout of the Robarts Library is based on 60-degree angles, it is especially difficult to find space for short-term storage for collections. An example of this is what we call the Bermuda Triangle in the Media Commons department. This is an area where a number of incoming and outgoing boxes have historically intermingled while awaiting processing or research or appraisal. And when I started in the department, I kind of bit my tongue over suggesting a change to this. In the end, though, I just suggested a defined place for some of the items that required internal pickups from the mailroom or campus movers. And this included a space that could accommodate the use of a pallet jack, as that's the most effective way to move these out of the department and onto elevators right away. It took a while to realize that this was actually just a weekly or bi-weekly process that the department could conform to. And since then, the suggestion has been adopted by the Media Archives. I think it was a fairly instinctive revelation to me, and I do want to credit my experience in the mailroom as well as my prior experiences in shipping and logistics for it. Another happy surprise is all about compact shelving. The desk acts as a closed stack for retrieval, as a closed stack retrieval desk. The entirety of our video and microfilm collections are housed in compact shelving. I'm sorry, it's just such a exciting to me still after 2 years here. It is such a space effective way of holding materials that still kind of makes me giddy. I've always thought of it as being so futuristic that it makes attending it to it a real treat. With that said, a few things about the collection stored in our compact shelving. One of them is the video collection, and with the exception of the most commonly referenced ranges, it is now entirely housed in compact shelving. At the expense of sending some of the lesser used video cassettes to our offsite storage facility, we were able to shift the DVD collection into some real prime real estate. It's much closer to the counter now, which is going to cost me Fitbit steps, but it makes it way more ergonomic to work there now. And just a fun note about calculating shelf space for videotapes and DVDs. Given that they're housed in consistent packaging, it makes calculating their shelf space really, really simple. I think 55 DVDs fit on a shelf that held 30 VHS tapes at a time. So that was a pretty easy choices that we got to make in the department. The next thing held in the compact shelving is our microfilm collection. With the exception of a couple bays, the microfilm is held completely in compact shelving. Between it and the microfiche that are in drawers, we hold about 3 million records in these collections, and it is really commendable that they are kept in a really small area of the library. The thing about the microfilm collection is that it's not really growing anymore. We still do receive about 20 different newspapers on a bi-monthly basis. So it was a good time to reevaluate how much space was left in the stacks by the former staff for growth. Luckily, microfilm is also something that's stored in uniform containers, and it was easy to ascertain that of the capacity that we held for 300,000 rolls, we only needed room for 260,000 rolls, which still included a decade of growth with a few titles that we still do receive, as well as space to keep the collection visibly legible as well. In the case of the microfilm, it was much easier to count the empty spaces in the collection than it was to count the used space that was being taken up. And it's not all fancy non-books at our desk as well, at the Media Commons desk. We also now house the course reserve collection for the library. This was something that was moved down from a self-service area on the 4th floor to our desk. To fit it into this area, we needed to move some of the microfilm out of the way from the compact shelving. So that was one more shift that we had to do in the last year. And this is all to say, yes, I love compact shelving, but I feel like having somebody with a logistics background move into this department was pretty helpful with a lot of these new moves. Not only calculating all of the shifting, but even smaller things like doing the actual shifting went a lot faster because of someone that was maybe too excited to be a part of all of this work. I'd also like to just mention for our video collection, the call number conventions that it's stored under. It's a custom sequential number that keeps growing with the collection. And I'm really appreciative of how easy this makes retrieving items for staff. Because it's a closed stack, we only need somebody to bring us a 6-digit call number to grab a title. And this call number convention seems like it was established going all the way back to the AV library when it was mostly 16mm film. Another helpful thing about this call system is that it makes finding a misshelved item that much easier. Shelving materials, I kind of think can be stressful and maybe should be a little bit. I dread misshelving a book or a video, but I do kind of enjoy looking for them. It's fairly easy to guess where it might be. It's a 6-digit code, and you can kind of just picture that a 757 might be with the 755s. It's kind of just like picking a combination lock, if that's something that you're into. Obviously, I only think this is fun when somebody's not waiting for it, and in that case, it's extremely stressful. And I guess 2 more things. Working in the mailroom is a really great first experience in working in the library as well, because you're essentially working in a live directory of the building. Not only do you have an awareness of all of the departments that exist in it, but you can also see where they are in the building and where some of them overlap. It can really help you to know, get to know a cross section of your coworkers from a kind of comfortable distance. And the most surprising question, I thought this was going to be the easiest thing at the media desk, is the question, what movie should I watch? This collection is often used recreationally, and in this case, we are sometimes asked this. It's remarkable how many questions in return have to be asked to make this even a semi-reasonable question. Things like, well, what was the last movie that you enjoyed? What do you not want to watch? How picky are you? It's not unlike asking somebody that wants you to mail a box 1,000 questions about the details of mailing that box.
So you've essentially just independently arrived at the concepts of archival provenance with your shipping log or your courier pickup log that is archival provenance by another name. And then you've expressed to me before that sometimes when you'd ask people who wanted to ship something, oh, do you have the phone number of the person who needs to receive it, etc. It's very important information, but people might get a little flustered. But how is that any different than a reference interview, is what I ask. Okay, Jillian, as someone who's worked in management roles in academic and public libraries, how would you describe the differences in how space and speed are conceived of in these 2 systems?
So as I think I told you on the weekend, I hate this question, but I asked you to keep it in so I could tell you I hated it, mostly because it breaks my brain a bit. And right now, again, like everybody else, I have pandemic brain, and making wider conclusions on things is really tricky right now. I'm like, what was it like in academic? I don't even remember what it was like pre-pandemic right now. But it's an interesting question that leads me in a lot of different places. And one of those is, as a manager, you have to be broad enough often that depth is not possible in all areas. And, you know, I go back to what Max says, and I absolutely loved my time running an access unit, and I love getting into the weeds and into, you know, my favorite part when we closed is I was like working, you know, I was doing sidelines in our email reference and having a great time, but I can't do that all the time, and I can't know everything that is important to know to make decisions. And so part of that is understanding there's trade-offs all the time. There's trade-offs between speed and resources and space and technology, and getting to that efficiency has to understand those trade-offs, particularly around people. And a really important one that as a manager I'm using right now, both to manage up and down, is the idea of occupancy. So of course we're under extremely restricted occupancy at the moment. And arriving at that number is really challenging. There's not a figure for the government for libraries. It's based a little bit on retail, a little bit on this, a little bit on that. But my conclusion, both talking to the reopening team and to my staff, was that there's a trade-off here. The higher occupancy, the more work we have to do to manage congestion in the building. The lower our occupancy, the more we have to do to manage potential lineups outside. So where are we going to trade off? Where are we most comfortable? How are we going to set that? And making that a discussion and getting to the right place where it's not 0 and it's not 3,000, but also talking about the process and the trade-offs that you're going to have to come to. There's no perfect answer, especially right now, as Max and I talk about a lot, but you have to be explicit and with those trade-offs with your staff and the people who are directing you to make these decisions. But that does lead me to the one thing that I think there is a major difference, particularly relevant to this conversation, is that in my limited public library experience, the power dynamic that exists in a lot of academic libraries that Max spoke to, which is you have often your logistic units don't have a lot of paraprofessionals and don't have a lot of institutional power. That expertise is valued much more in public libraries, partly because a lot of the technological stuff is out with vendors, and it's much more about fulfillment and speed and ensuring people have the materials they need and doing it at a massive scale, at least within our institution. So, it's something we talk about a lot. Our space is heavily scrutinized to ensure we're providing the best value you can, ensuring that we can make the best spaces available. And I would say 3 out of 4 managers, because not me, can calculate the number of books that go in a range like that. And I'm like, what? You can do that? That's amazing. So I would say that has become very stark as we work through some of these pandemic issues. And first off, there's no silver lining. This is not a learning experience. It's a pandemic. People are dying, and I hate every minute of it. It's terrible and it's traumatic. But it's been interesting to watch how we've had to collapse ourselves as an organization to revamp everything we do. And as Max said, focus on this one thing to do. And what became very, very critical early on was the ability to match overarching guidelines, whether they be health and safety or public service, with the details around how you get things done. TPL has 100 branches. We can have all the guidelines in the world. They have to be implemented branch by branch because the spaces are different, the communities are different. The smallest branches in one part of the city had like these amazing amount of holds. I'm like, who are these people, and why do you have like 3 libraries worth of holds? So there was no one answer, and having to work with the access teams, work with particularly the paraprofessional units, and really collapsing that hierarchy in order to get where we needed to be. And when we were only running curbside and a couple of other services, when you came to work, that's what you did. It doesn't matter if you were a department head. It doesn't matter if you were an access services assistant. It doesn't matter who you are. When you were on site, you were doing that work. And so again, to be agile, it was necessary. To be problem solving, it was necessary. But also to understand efficiency has its limits when people are under consistent trauma and adapting to all much change. So, I've been going to Access for many years, and generally when I talk about technology, I ended up talking more about people than technology. And I think the answer here is the same, is it's really, your people are people. They can't be managed or stretched into the same type of environment in the same way that you can map how a book might go from A to B. And we have to adapt to that and listen and understand what level of details and be explicit about what we need to see. So again, those conversations that Max are having, the conversations we're having all over the place as we revamp our services in every library with higher stakes than we've ever seen before. That is not answering the question that I hated, but still it was fun. So thank you for asking it.
Thanks, Jillian. We're going to rush through. I'm going to cut some questions for time, but Dustin, in 2 minutes or less, no, 2 collections librarians order 2 books, one via a book vendor that they've had an established long-term relationship with, and one from Amazon. Quickly, tell us the differences and how they arrive in the building.
conventional book vendor will use a courier that likely has a driver that has an assigned route. They will likely be the driver on this route every day of the week, and they will know the campus delivery location better than most people that work in that location. They will know things like, for example, that a given library has a dedicated mailroom and not try to deliver a package to the 3rd or 4th or 5th floor themselves. They would take it directly to the mailroom, who could then reroute the package internally while also noting its arrival. They would also know what to do in the event that the loading dock for that library is going to be closed for 2 years due to a construction project as well. An Amazon driver might not have ever been on the campus before and might be stressed out over where to park their personal vehicle before even attempting to access the building. If they are able to make it into the building and to the floor that they're not supposed to be on, it is very likely the materials could be dropped off with someone that they're not supposed to be with and doesn't know how to reroute the package. And this can have a negative impact on the person expecting the package, as well as the person responsible for billing for the billing of that package as well. University campus deliveries can be extremely difficult. Often the main delivery address for a campus address is completely ambiguous. And speaking from experience, I can say that sometimes you just have to leave your trust in the carrier that is going to collect the correct signature for your item. I could go into a hair-raising experience I've had with sending a very precarious item to the University of Victoria from U of T. The only delivery address on that campus is 3800 Finnerty Road, which is definitely not the destination that the package was intended for. In this end, after confirming that there was no more proper address than this, we had to just rely on the UPS driver on the delivery end. And I can say that it made it to its final destination in less than 24 hours from being shipped from Toronto. That's 4,200 kilometers or 2,600 miles overnight. And that's all thanks to a routine delivery schedule. Yeah, that's the big difference.
Cool, thanks, Dustin. So going into our last question for the whole panel. Imagine the senior leadership at your institution decides to compete in a team building exercise, the Library Logistics Games of Glory, where 2 teams compete in a series of events to see who can receive more, ship cheaper, fulfill more requests, not get injured, find really hard to find items, and have a loss/damage rate as close to 0 as possible. What event do you propose for the Games of Glory that is not a trademarked name like the Olympics?
Oh, for me?
Dustin, you go first. Sure.
Sure. Okay. Get in the campus delivery van. Pick up books from 10 to 20 libraries on campus in a day, and at every stop, resort the contents of the boxes into the boxes awaiting delivery to libraries that you haven't been to yet. Now, think of all the reasons to not do it this way, and then put them all back and resort them when you get back to the main library. The person that observes the most safety rules upon return to the main library wins. Remember to lift with your knees every time.
All right, Max.
Honestly, I can't do better than that. I actually had trouble with this question because I was like, I have no idea. I knew this. I was like, this is a question for Dustin. Dustin will, and so yeah, I don't think I could do better than that.
All right, Jillian.
Yeah, I didn't like this question either. No. I think that it would be very interesting to do something around intercampus delivery with a sideline in ensuring customer needs are met as well as staff safety. But I think what would be very interesting to me about either document delivery or intercampus delivery is really the interconnectivity between the technology and the humans and the logistics. And that's a real cool space that I think there's a lot of fun and improvements we could do by maybe putting some attention on it. So I picked that just because I want to see some eyeballs, and I know people like to win. So therefore they would finally understand the technology behind a lot of these systems.
All right, thanks y'all. So that brings us to the end of our panel. We are here to take questions, and one person should really ask Dustin what his COVID-19 elevator trick is, because I had to cut that question due to time, but I said we would answer it. So someone, I'm just going to start off the Q&A by saying, Dustin, what's your neat elevator trick?
Use your elevators as a dumbwaiter. The 5 floors of stacks in our library used to have a mechanized book delivery system that was used to circulate books from the return desk back to the stacks. And my anxiety about returning to my workplace after a 6-month shutdown daydreamed about bringing this back into service, and repurposing at least one elevator for this purpose just kind of became my goal. It hasn't quite worked out here, but I would love to see it working elsewhere, though.
Books are not like children. They can be left unattended in elevators when they're locked down to staff only.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you from all of us and our cat and dog friends. But we're here to take your questions now.
Thank you so much for that. I am not seeing any questions come in, so this is just a reminder to all of our participants that you can drop a question in the question and answer box or in the chat. And I'm keeping an eye on the other media streams as well if anything comes in. I also think introductions of the pets would be amazing. We do have one question that just came in, which is around the biggest challenges wrangling with COVID. So you've touched on that a little bit.
Who wants to take that one? Not me.
I'll take it. I mean, the biggest single challenge is every single process that we do takes twice as much time, and we have half the staff. Everything is more complicated, everything is harder, everything is longer, and our staffing complement is just necessarily at a lower rate. So that is enormously daily challenging. And then the sideline is everything has health and safety, but really high stakes health and safety. So you can't just change things without really thinking about it, even if it is for efficiency's sake. So 2, I cheated.
I would also say that managing expectations. I mean, I think that we've all gone through this together. We're all experiencing this together, and not everybody feels similarly about what's happening. So there are different ideologies, and depending on your ideology, you may or may not be patient. You may or may not recognize that we are not operating in optimal times. So I find myself doing a lot of pushing back, a lot of managing expectations, not only for myself, but because I don't want the folks who are in the building, who are tasked with being in the building all the time, to have to manage those expectations by themselves. So trying to make sure that I'm talking to people about what's happening. I've used the word global pandemic more times than I can count in emails, because I think there is this expectation that even though we've managed to successfully be back on campus and are doing fairly well, we still are working through a pandemic and these contentious times. And so managing those expectations has been really challenging.
I just want to flag that you all have a lot of fans in the chat and on other channels. We have another question that just came in. Could you speak to the relationship between smooth logistics and the increasing precarity of library staff? That goes out to all.
Sorry, I was just putting my cat on camera. I'm sorry. She's been sitting here very calmly through this. So this goes back to what Dustin was saying about when you use a courier service versus Amazon, you are able, I mean, we're talking about the vendor and courier side here, but you are also looking at how the gig economy really translates into different benefits for workers or lack of benefits for workers. So if a courier is injured on a loading dock, they're typically able to, claim this is a workplace injury on a job site. But if you are dealing with an Amazon driver, whom, as Dustin said, had to park their personal vehicle before finding a way into the building, that is evaluated on a completely different set of terms. I do want to flag here that in putting this panel together, I really wanted to just draw together how much we, and I'm speaking to the MLIS holding librarians in the room, and I say MLIS holders working in library roles, to really indicate just how much we have in common when it comes to dealing with technologies, with international legal and juridical frameworks around customs and tariffs and imports. That like the same set of cost benefit analyses, we're using very same skills and judgments and knowledges in how we do the work. I feel like global logistics is just a really large known item search that comes with a bunch of different database hacks. But I also want to point out here that the library tech world and the library facilities world is also, though still overwhelmingly white, it is less white than library spaces. So a lot of Black, Indigenous, and people of color in libraries are in staff roles. And I just want to really drive home here that we have so much in common, I feel, between, like, I'm 100% in a digital library space these days, but I want folks to really be generous with when considering the work that they that library staff and logistics staff bring to our world on the other side, and just think of what can we do to be more inclusive of these colleagues in our profession. And also check out Ruth Kitchens-Hillman and Sandy Rodriguez et al. Put together a really fantastic toolkit for talking about precarity in galleries, libraries, archives, and museums. It just came out this week. Check that out.
I also want to add very quickly that we often use language too that sort of minimizes the work that people do. So when we call something magic, like when we say that instead of building a narrative, and I wrote down this thing earlier when I was thinking about this, because often, like, I've noticed that when we talk about magic, like when we say, oh, that work is magic, and as a resource sharing person, this happens all the time, but that there's almost a direct correlation between how much money someone makes. So it's usually the least paid staff, the staff who are paid the least, whose work is magic. But those folks don't typically get to tell their stories. So there's a reason we want to call it magic. It's because we don't want to describe it. We don't want to be descriptive, because usually those folks, I'm thinking, look at your library websites. Who's featured? Who's there? Like, it's so often having my work been called magic for most of the time I've been doing it, especially as staff, especially in resource sharing. I just reject that completely. And so I would ask our library leaders who do have a platform, who often have a voice, to stop using that language. If you want to build a narrative and build the story, then it should be everyone's story, equally represented in that way. And it's almost never staff.
Okay, we have a couple more minutes to go in our time for this session. I don't see any other questions in the Q&A, but if anyone else wants to contribute thoughts to anything that was discussed so far, go for it. You're getting a lot of chat applause. So just
thank you. I think the last thing I would just say, just to add on to it, what you can do as a professional working at an institution is to ensure that you understand there are complexities. Again, you can't know everybody's job to the nth degree, but you can understand the complexities that are involved in everybody's job in the library, from the cleaners to your colleagues on a desk, to your managers and administrators, and try to figure out where the complexity in their world is. And I think that that puts everybody in a more equal footing to have some good conversations and really try to erase some of the longstanding power dynamics in libraries that aren't working for us at all.
Dustin, any final thoughts?
No, I'm just so happy to be a part of this panel and to listen to my team here. It's been really enlightening from, I guess, a staff perspective at Robarts.
Thanks all for coming out. Yay.
Thank you so much for your talk. This was wonderful. I'm going to close off our presentation portion of the day. And now we're going to go over to our Master of Ceremonies, James Fernie, for the closing remarks.
Hi, everyone. 1 second. I'm not ready. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for an amazing day. I've learned a lot, and I hope we've all learned a lot and had a good time. As we wrap up our first day, I'd just like to take the opportunity to again thank all of our sponsors who helped make this day possible. Thank you to UBC and SFU. Also, thank you again to OCLC, who will be sponsoring Friday's Dave Binkley Memorial Lecture. Thank you to the BC Libraries Cooperative for their operational support. And on that note, a very special thank you to Scott Leslie for navigating weird interfaces and signing us up for things and being our money guy. Thank you very much, Scott. A quick reminder, just to contribute ideas to our hackfest spreadsheet. I don't have the URL for that, but someone will be posting that on the chat, I believe. We also don't forget to sign up for mentoring, which will happen right after the hackfest at 1:30 Pacific. That's on Wednesday. And also don't forget to sign up to lead a pub crawl event. Something we might be trying. I have a note here that says, hope you got some binged goats. I'm not sure what that means. But if you use the search engine Bing, hope you got some goats. So that's the end of the main program for today. If you registered for the opening reception, you should have got information on how to connect to GatherTown. If you didn't register for the opening reception and still wish to, I'm just going to show you. If I can find my. Uh-oh, something happened. Here we go. So if you haven't registered, you can just go back in and go through the registration process again, but you don't need to fill out this top part. You can just add yourself to here. We have about 50 spots left. It is unfortunately a limited capacity. And I can just show you what this is all about if you're curious. I'm going to add, hopefully I don't create a feedback loop. Let's do this. Is this working? So I'm going to just turn off the microphone and the sound. So you set up your camera and sound as you would, and then you have a little person here, and we'll all be in here. We'll have people at this info booth. People are looking at my URL. I shouldn't have shared that URL. So we'll have people here on the, please don't join right now, and giving you information as you get closer to people. Hi there, you can see my face, Russell, and you can change your little person. So it'll be a lot of fun. We have a lot of stuff set up in this environment, which we have modeled after Vancouver. You can see here the Olympic torch in its glory. So I hope we all have fun in there. So if you're interested, you can still, it's not too late to register. So thank you very much for a great day of Access, and we'll see you again tomorrow.